All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back at Straight Talk tonight, and I'm hoping that my brother-in-law will be on tonight with us and watching, not on the show. If you want to come on the show, you can always do that. But Bob, man, we got one for you, and like always, we got one for everybody, and it is just so matter of fact that tonight is a special night because we got some real shit that is just confirming. Oh, you want nigga? You ain't here? Look at you! Look at you! What's going on, boy?
What's cracking, man?
You got it. What's going on? What's up with all that gray hair?
Hey, how you gonna talk?
Well, sit back, relax, and strap on your seatbelt because you ain't never been on a ride like this before.
Uh,
You know how we Chi-Town niggas do, man. We come hard with it. You know what I mean? What's up, brother Willie? You got it, man. I appreciate you being here, like always, man. I try to bring it, and we try to bring it right and tight because we ain't playing here. I don't sugarcoat shit. You know I don't sugarcoat shit. You pretty much know you don't. I know that you don't sugarcoat shit. But we just gonna keep it real on 100. But tonight we're gonna cover some very interesting things that just happened in the news. Now, granted, I get my news from not only from the TV, but the majority of it from YouTube. So I can depend on it. But one thing that I don't like is the fact that they got rid of Supreme African Breaking News. They got rid of all of their videos, man, because I was uh, uh, using them damn near exclusively, Bob. And the thing is that they took down all of those videos, but you can still see them because I did my videos based on them. So you can, if you want to go back and look at some of my older videos, I think I started maybe 2 months ago with them or 3 months, and they changed it. They changed their YouTube channel to Supreme African News, and YouTube took them down. And now I'm just hoping that at some point, the last video that I saw, they were in talks with YouTube to buy it. So who knows? What knows? How knows? Why knows? Who knows? But it's gonna be one, man. And tonight, Bob, you're gonna see what's really happening, what's really cracking in this world. Because, like I've been saying when we were talking, this whole world is changing, man. We're about to get into the depression of 2029 because history repeats itself, and the fact that the American dollar, like the yuan, like the yen, or whatever other currency, we're not going to have it no more. Everything is on the blockchain. Everything is being digitized, and every asset is being placed on that uh, uh, blockchain. So if you make a transaction, ain't gonna be no more stealing. You can't steal because on that blockchain, you know who bought what, when, where, why, how, and for how much. And you can always go back and take a look or sue somebody who's trying to get over on you. So it ain't like Bitcoin and the wallet or the little device that they be putting the Bitcoin on. People be taking that and yanking their money out of that, man. You know what I mean? So we're going into a whole nother phase in reality because the money that we have in our pockets right now ain't money. Never have been since 1970. And when who did it? Franklin Delano Roosevelt took over the gold. All that gold went right back to the government, and they gave you pocket change money. It's not really money, like monopoly money.
hmm.
And so that happened, yeah. So that happened again in the '70s with Nixon, and the shit go on. But the main point of all of that is that white folks are stealing. I always say white boy because they're a boy. They're not real men. Real men are accountable. Real men have character, have knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, have integrity, and a level of humanity that respects other people's humanity. These motherfuckers. This white boy and this bitch, this white girl ain't got shit but a pile of shit because that's where they come from. Now, you and I talked about this, Bob. Where they come from? They come from Dravidian albino that made it with normal black people that produced these so-called humanoid Caucasoid Europoid people that we call white today. But they're not white. And if you see somebody talking about, I'm white, they got mental problems. You feel me? So, with all that being said, we're going to get right on into the show. And if you got any problems, if you got any questions, Brother Bob, just let me know, man.
Okay.
I, yeah, I'll hold it up, and then we'll uh, deal with that question. But yeah, it's man, it's one, man. These white folks are done. I've been done with these motherfuckers a long time, but for a long time. But what's really going on with these people? They're infighting, and as you know, the population of white folks, even with this white boy called Bronca, the Bronca Show. I can't remember his first name. He talking about how proud he is about being white, and we need to save white people, and doing this and doing that. And oh my God, how do we get into this? That black folks are jealous of their ethnicity and their race, and how they created every civilization. Bitch, I wrote that motherfucker about. I wrote that bitch. I told him, look, man, you either come on my show or come on your show. We can talk. Ain't gonna be no debate. Cause right from the jump, I'm cutting that motherfucker's throat with the knife of truth. You feel me? Cause
Right.
these motherfuckers ain't white. They're not Caucasian. They're not Aryan. They're not Anglo-Saxon. They're not European. You know what they are? They're a bunch of fucking flies landing on shit, talking shit. They're playing the Wizard of Oz game, blowing smoke up everybody's ass, hoping that you fall for the scam, and people are still falling for it. These coon ass niggas like Candace, what's her name? Candace Owens.
Yeah.
Yeah, and people be calling her Candace. No, shoot. Oh shit, what the hell they call her name? It's a funny Candace Owens, and all these motherfuckers. Man, I've been trying, not just once or twice, dozens of times trying to get these motherfuckers and to get me on their show. They come on mine. They're not coming, brother Bob. They're not coming, man. Cause I'm not playing. I'm cutting throats, and I ain't taking no goddamn prisoner because I ain't got time to be trying to feed somebody
Yeah.
on
I
my
feel you.
on my welfare state ass. Nigga, I got my family to feed. I'm not feeding you because I'm not taking no goddamn prisoner. You feel me? But anyway, we're going to be covering quite a bit about what we covered, what we talked about, Bob, and then what I got here. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I got 9 videos, but 3 of these. Hold on, which one? Okay, 3 of these. Let me put them in order because I don't want to fuck up and get shit all twisted. Okay, I'm gonna put this here because you're not seeing it right now, and I'm gonna put this. So I got 3 of these going in a row, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 5 that are not very long, because I sometimes I be on here, man, 4, 5 hours, because I really want them to know. I really want people to hear what I'm talking about, and they get the message. Fuck the messenger, But did you get the message? And that's the main thing. So what we're gonna do, Bob, we're gonna cut on over and get all into these 2 videos that I basically show almost all the time because people forget or people are not mindful of what I'm talking about, and you can't escape the message. All right. So hold on. This will be the first one. Caucasoid Nation is what it's called. I think I sent it to you. Did I send it to you, Bob?
Yeah, you said to me.
Okay. Hold on. I'll play it.
Where are we supposed to go? Back to where you began. The Caucasus Mountains. Build something better there.
Hey, this day right here, I swear, this day, like, peace.
I don't want to go to the Caucasus Mountains. I want to stay here. You are ordered to evacuate peacefully. The mountains await your rebuilding. This is a troglodyte we're dealing with.
Sir,
They said we gotta leave tonight. They're taking us to the mountains to tell them we're families. They said we gotta leave tonight. They're taking us to the mountains to tell them we're families. I don't want to go because I want to stay here.
All Caucasoid partners report to processing.
Caucasoid partners report to processing. Repeat. She's my family. You can't decide who I love. Move them now. You leave tonight to the Caucasus.
Every American citizen of European descent will be relocated.
They can't really do this, can they?
For the sake of this nation, they will go. And they will endure.
They're sending us to freeze.
Then we don't freeze. We survive.
We never meant no harm. Then you should have said something when harm was done.
man, I'm like, bitch, shut up. Old ass. But
Where are
anyway,
we supposed to go? Back to the Caucasus Mountain. That was an epic right there, right? I swear, this movie should be real. And I love to see this movie right here, honestly. Back to the Caucasus Mountain you go.
now I'm gonna hold up for a minute before I play the other one. Hold on. And you know, it is so critical to develop an understanding of the world in which we live. Bob, this white boy are causing us and having us to live a life that is unreal. It is not real. It is some other dimension, and that other dimension is what they truly are. Flies landing on shit. Black folks are like bees. We're always productive. We're always pollinating other species and plants and shit and producing honey. For a bee to waste time trying to talk to a motherfucking fly is like me trying to talk to a wall. It just ain't gonna happen. Hey, fly, stop what you doing. Don't land on that shit over there. Don't eat the shit. Honey is better than shit. You know they ain't gonna pay you no motherfucking mind because that's what they used to. They've been conditioned to that. You feel me? So when we look at it from a historical standpoint, you got to realize, man, because they've been miseducated along with black folks. It's been so deeply entrenched into our psyche that we look up to these motherfuckers when we should be looking up to who? Our ancestors. See, it was King James that created the 13 colonies. And from there, King Charles and George came into play and ran the whole show thereafter. It was the reason why Georgia was named after King George. And so the list of accomplishments after accomplishments after accomplishments that black folks have done cannot be touched. White folks have, or this white boy have destroyed the world. And we're going to get into that tonight with some of the video, but what I've been saying all along, that what motherfucking reason do they have to bomb the atolls where black folks lived? Not once, not twice like they did Japan, not 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, not even 60 times. 63 motherfucking times they bombed the atolls, all that area over there in the Pacific Ocean, and forcing those black folks to move closer to Hawaii or even on the mainland, and they giving them, instead of their source of nutrition, the ocean, the fish, they're giving them cans of food. Bitch, what, are you nuts? This is not their diet, and a lot of them were dying because of malnutrition. They're not used to that chemical and processed food.
Right.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So you got 60. Hold on, they're playing music like a motherfucker. You know they got to be black if they're playing music that loud. But yeah, so, and then you look at Tasmania. There's not one Tasmanian man, woman, or child or baby. The white boy killed every last one, and the last man they killed, they cut off his testicle sac and turned it into a tobacco pouch. They got 20. I don't know if you checked it out because you went to France, but I don't know if you've seen it. They got a museum with 20,000+ decapitated black folks' heads in it.
Hmm.
With just that, what other fucking excuse and or proof do I need that these motherfuckers, white people that we call white, have a criminal mindset? Always have been, always will be, and this played out in Egypt when they took it over for 150 years. The Pharaoh, and at that moment, the Queen of Egypt kicked them all out and told them, "If you bring your motherfucking ass back here, we're gonna cut your goddamn head off." And she meant that shit. In Greece and Rome, the same story. And now this is the third strike. And like in baseball, 3 strikes, you what, Bob?
Yeah.
You're out. No, man. There's no more talking. There's no more, let's hold hands and, kumbaya bullshit. To me and for me, fuck you. Because all of this, let's get along, you ain't getting along with nobody. Not even your own kind, you're not getting along. You feel me? So when you're looking at, looking across the pages of history, you don't see nothing but black accomplishments. You don't see no white boy and white people doing anything. Every civilization known to man has ever been created was created by brown-skinned people. And like you said, we're not black. We're Moors, but we're not black. But due to the narrative that's been buried within the heart, soul, and mind of people, then okay, we're black. Okay, you white. But I have never seen a yellow man, and I have never seen a red man. So that notion of us being black, that's out the window. And I feel you on that one, and you are correct. But we are the indigenous, autochthonous people of Turtle Island. The Turtle Island is because it's shaped like a turtle if you look at it. And you're talking about Canada, you're talking about North America, Central America, South America, and all of the Caribbean islands, where I am right now, the Dominican Republic. So I don't want to go too far into that. You know what I mean? We can always do that. I've done that over, I don't know how many videos now, and covering different things about King Henry II, the first, the third, the fifth king, Louis the First through the 14th. These were all black people and their black wives. We ran Europe. Now, what happened is because these so-called pale-skinned people, and as the black population at the time, because there was only black people on the planet, they took all of these so-called pale-skinned children of ours and put them in Central Asia, where they stayed and miscegenated and, having sex amongst each other, whatever the fuck it is. The Turks, who were all black, decided, because the slavery amongst them and their way of doing things, it wasn't concrete, permanent. You know what I mean? You were born a slave, you're going to stay a slave, all your children going to be slaves. If that were the case, there would be no white folks left right now. So what happened was that they were able to rise up in the upper echelons of the Turkish Empire and become the poobah, whatever you call the head guy or whatever, right? And so in doing that and making connections with the Persians and the Turks, which they did, and the Mongols and all these, they were taking pox shots at these motherfuckers. They were the most hated motherfuckers going. Because they were nasty, disgusting, the same way they doing right now. This ain't no shit. This ain't like,
they were savage.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, savages, and I'm gonna cover that too. They were called the water wolf or water something, and they got hair all over their bodies and shit, nails or claws, and you can see them in the tapestries of Europe throughout Europe. Not one or two, thousands of these motherfuckers. And you can see them attacking our kings and queens in our castles. And you can see the I don't want to call them the military, but the sensory, where they have the archery, the archers and shit, attacking them and killing them. And this is the reason why we died out so much in Europe. They brought diseases there. Can you imagine having hair all over your motherfucking body? You ain't taking no bath, no nothing.
Well, pretty much the caveman.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah,
much caveman.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. And so they as they go into and they cross. See, they crossed over. There's a wall called the Hadrian Wall
Okay.
between Eastern Europe and our Western Holy Roman Empire, because uh, the papacy was all black up to a certain point until they came in and took over. So they crossed over into our Holy Roman Empire, the Western Empire, Holy Roman Empire, and pushed the papacy into France. And from there, the bourgeois blacks, if you want to call them that, tried to make a deal with them, like, hey, we're going to do this, that, and the other. We're going to free you and do this, because they were slaves on the land. This is where you get the landlord name from, and this is where they get the contract law, where if you sell the land, those slaves who were these Indo-European people can't get got not got went along with that property. And
Mm.
so when the Jacobite Revolution took place, and this is where Jack Johnson come from. He came from, I'm going to say he came from England. I'm not sure, but he was part of that Jacobite group of people over the centuries since it started the Jacobite um, uh, rebellion. And so when you look at the Jacobite rebellion, you're going to see a lot of black folks coming over on boats being transported because they wanted to go. They wanted to go up against um, the king at that time. So instead of dealing with all that shit, he said, "No, all you niggas and all you Pelicans, y'all getting the fuck up out of here because y'all raising too much hell." And so you get a lot of these so-called 1619 people who are arriving in Virginia, who were initially called Negro, not by white people, but it was a claim of name that was done by the chief rabbi of the black village in Portugal. So all of the Jews from the beginning up until a certain point when these so-called pale skinned Jews got converted to the African Hebraic way of life. Not to get away from what I was talking about, but to understand the whole massive amount of information and flow of people that happened. So if you look at the edict of the Pope was going along with the king and queen of Portugal and Spain, and from those black people from the Middle East, which is really Northeast Africa, they enslaved so-called the Jews by the millions, if not by the million, if not hundreds of thousands of people. Right? So when you see all of these people from Portugal and Spain being transported to the west coast of Africa, now you're going to see after 1492, the people from America were being transported to Europe and west coast of Africa. So it wasn't exclusively African people.
Right.
And if you look at the old map of Africa, or the west coast of Africa, you're going to see the tribe of Judah and a land called Negro land. That's not a defamation remark or whatever you want to call it, a negative remark, but it was the fact that the chief rabbi took on took the hold on, took the name of took on the name of Negro and added to their name all of the descendants after which they followed. So when you see Isabel Negro and arriving and her husband and black folk, they all got the last name Negro. That the what do you call it? The surname, the Negro. And so that is what that is all about. Not going into it because I really don't want to do that, but I can do that at a later time, and I've done it in previous videos. So when you're looking at that and you see all these people arriving in Negro land on the west coast of Africa, and there was no fort called the Gate of Return or some shit. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. So the people who were transporting these Jews throughout the Caribbean and St. Thomas were black people. They weren't white. So this was a Christian Jew war. This was a black on black crime. And so when you look at, and the white one didn't come until later, all right, way later. And so when you look at all of what is going on today, it's because of the misinformation that is being taught in the school. And white folks are running the school system. Therefore, they're not going to let you know that they were the ones who were the hold on, who were the slaves. Not us. We were prisoners of war, and that's why we say we are prisoners of war. And every descendant from the European black people had names like you got, like I got, like a lot of black folks got in America, because they're a European name, but it didn't come from a white slave master. The white folks or the pale-skinned people got their name, their first names and their last name, because the 90% of them didn't have no last name. So they got their last name from us after going through slavery with us in North Africa and other places, man. That's what happened. So when we look at the greater scope of things beyond what we would normally be taught, you see it correctly, not because I'm black and I want to put you down, or you white and you want to put me down. It's what the situation was. I give no fucks about these motherfuckers. Not one iota. What I care about are facts. I give no fucks about my feelings. I give no fucks about my emotions. And I don't give a fuck about your feelings and emotions. I give a fuck because you're my ex, my ex brother-in-law. But still, I got a lot of love for you. But at the end of the conversation, at the end of talking, what are the facts? That's what I give a fuck about. You feel me? So it
Right.
makes no sense to be trying to talk to a dumb motherfucker, because that just makes you dumb.
Right.
I'd rather talk to a fucking brick wall. Hey, yellow brick wall. Well, it's not yellow. It's like an off-white kind of shit we got in the house. It say, hey, brick wall, what's going on? I know I'm not going to get crazy and try to flip out and say that the wall is talking back to me. But if you talk to a fool long enough, they'll make you into a fool. You feel me? So this is the reason why I always say, don't talk to flies, trying to convince them that eating honey is better than eating shit. Don't make no goddamn sense. You feel me? So let's go on to the next video. Hold on, this one. Yeah, this is the first one by Steve Cutts, and it described the white boy. It can't be no black. It can't be no black guy or the Moorish guy. I know you don't like saying black, but here we go. I'll be right back. Now with that one, this is the new one he did. It's about a minute long. I'm gonna play that one, then go into my conversation mode with you, bro. Hold on. Man. Now, hold on, but now. What do you out of those last two video? Are you there, Bob?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. What do you get out of those last two videos?
basically, I mean, it's common sense, but it's basically white men. Well, if you want to call them that, right? They are
Right.
destructive. That they killed a lot of the natural resources in life, right?
Right.
Because you look at the animals. Just give you a case in point, not to get off the subject. Remember when the coronavirus was going on?
Right.
And everybody was in the house?
Right.
So that stopped a lot of pollution. I mean, they were saying that animals that haven't made it in decades was mating. They were saying, I forgot this part of Asia where it had been foggy for 60, 70 years, right?
Right.
And you couldn't see the mountains. But when people was in the house and it wasn't pollution and all this stuff going on, the fog disappeared and you was able to see different stuff and, different things going on, right?
Right.
So it's pretty much for me, and this is just my opinion. White people always want to, they're curious. That's to me, that's the biggest thing I notice about white people. They always curious about stuff. And I always felt like white people are just very destructive. Like we were talking earlier, their main goal is power. They destructive. They would break some stuff down for their own amusement, for their own ideology, right? Because like we said, the more power they have, the more they feel in control. And they want to control the narrative of everybody. It's just like in other countries. If you don't, quote unquote, think like an American, then your thinking and your way of life is wrong, right? You want to tell somebody who's been practicing these different religions or this different way of life for thousands and thousands of years. But when
Right.
a white man come over, they say, no, you know, that's not right, or the way you eating the food, or however your ethnicity or your culture is, if it's not compound to what my thinking is, then it's wrong, right? So I have to change your way of life to make it to the point where I'm in control of it, right? Because if your life or your thinking is not like mine, then it's wrong. Then it's hate.
Right.
Then it's prejudice, right? If your concept of thinking is not like mine, then it's the wrong kind of thinking, right?
Right. Right.
So as you see the video, life is outside, the animals is flourishing, the grass is growing, it's nature, right? Soon as
Right.
the white man came out, what the animals do? They like, hell with this, I'm getting the hell up out of here. 'Cause I know what this white man finna do. Yeah, I'm getting the hell up out of here. I know what this white man finna do. He finna kill all this shit. Ain't no peace. You know,
Yeah, all of
you see how they took the trees and everything, and how the land was
Yeah, you-
bare.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all nature. He done killed nature. You know what I'm saying? So it all, to me, it's all about how a person look at it, right? Because people are talking about, I'm woke. You should have
Right.
been woke a long time ago.
Right.
And to me, being woke is an easy thing to be if you just happen just to look of how the world is going, right? It's easy.
Right.
It's not hard to be woke. It's, to me, I don't even like some of these cliches that people use, right? It's just about looking at the world and saying that shit is wrong, right? I don't want to think like the people, right? I don't want to live like that. I want to be able to sit up here and enjoy my life in peace, right? But as you
Right.
see what white people do, they bring a lot of confusion. They bring a lot of destruction with them. And it's always chaotic when white people is in control of the situation. It's all about
Right.
incest. It's all about this. It's all about that. And people, it's like they like material things, right? That's
Right,
to
right,
me,
right.
that's the biggest thing with white people. Material
Right.
objects. Because
Right.
think about it, they always building material objects on who got the biggest boat, or who got the biggest
Right.
yacht, or who got the biggest jet, right? Who got the
You
biggest
know what that
house?
is, right? You
What's
know what that is, right?
What's that?
They got a little dick, and they
Yeah, they got the substitute for for a lot of different,
there you go.
a lot of infirmities. There's a lot of the infirmities of their body structure or whatever, right? Or their learning
Right.
capacity, right? So they have to
Right.
substitute it with material things. I might have a
Right.
third grade education, but shit, I got $1 million. You do what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or I got a big house, so they will fight you. Well, I might not be this, but look what I got, right? So that's
Right,
why it's
right.
like show and tell. Look what I got. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And when people don't understand, I ask people this all the time, or I tell them this, or this just like I said, this just voice my opinion, and I not try to fight with people that don't have the same opinion or the thinking of the same that I have, right?
Right.
I've been the most happiest when I had the least amount of material things,
Right.
because my life was simple. I wasn't
Right.
worried about trying to buy this or trying to do that or trying to compete with other people or, with all these different things, right? Because when I had
Right.
less material things, I was more happy. I've been the most unhappiest when I had more material things, because I had to
Right.
constantly the upkeep, to constantly
Right.
buying all this stuff and squandering my money instead of investing my money or buying stocks or buying CDs or learning more
Right.
about finances and stuff and trying to get generational
Right.
wealth, right? I'm more
Right.
so worried about buying stuff, and instead of making my money work for me, because
There
that's
you
the
go.
hardest thing.
Yeah.
It's not hard to get no money. It's hard to sustain the money, right? It's hard
Right,
to do something with the money, so that way you don't have to keep spending money, and the money you
Right.
invest, you can live off the money, right? See,
Oh,
and that's
there
the
you
thing
go.
with people. They think buying all this material shit, they don't look at, like, for instance, buying art, right? They
Right.
look at stuff that depreciates instead of saying you can it materialize toward to be growth and wealth. And okay,
Right.
I can hand this down, this generational pieces, right? Don't
Right, right.
telling people don't sell it like this bottle of wine. Stuff
Right.
don't depreciate. But cars and stuff depreciates depending on what the cars is, right? They
Right.
buy stuff that depreciates. That as soon as you buy it, it's depreciating instead of buying
Mhm.
stuff, investing in stuff that would accumulate money and then accumulate dividends and accumulate this stuff. And that's what that's why I look at white people. They all about things. They're not all about growth. It's all about
Right.
material things, right? And it's sad depending on what generation of white people it is. Those are the most dangerous ones because they are stuck in that era. Just like I look at the Constitution, right? The Constitution has certain parts of it has to be rewritten. You know what I'm saying? It got to be
Right.
because
Right.
you can't sit up here and say that okay, the Constitution is this, but we're talking about centuries old about what stuff. Now, how can stuff that happened in the 1700s is still relevant in 2025?
Oh,
You
it's
know what I'm
relevant.
saying?
I'm gonna get into
No,
that
no,
with
no,
you.
no, no, no. What I'm saying is though, but some of it's relevant, but some of it's not, right? Because I
Oh, okay.
feel like some of the things have to reflect on what's going on today. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Some of the stuff is outdated. It's just like a company. A company
Right.
revise their rules every year, right? Because some of the
Okay. See,
stuff that happened is outdated rules. So you got to
right.
revise it because that's the structure of the company, right? You can't
Right.
have stuff that's still back in the 1970s that's outdated. The technology is so different. You got to update it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And that's why
I
I
see
say
what you.
people, right? So people have to look at this and say, okay, especially how the world is. It's not good to have all this material stuff that depreciates because it's
Right.
basically junk. It's
Right.
junk
Right.
now. You buy stuff.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. No, no. I feel you right. You right. You right. So, with all that being said, what do you think about uh? No,
With the
I ain't.
video, I like. I
No, no,
mean,
no.
what? Uh-huh.
No, I'm saying, what do you think about how would I put it? I want to make sure I'm getting the point across. What do you think that is holding black people back in America? Because we're American. We're not from Africa. What do you think that is holding black people back from seeing the real deal Holyfield, from seeing facts? They love they from what I'm saying. We love fiction. We love talking shit. We love talking about what we don't know nothing about and accepting it as if it is fact. You feel me? It's
Right.
like a lot of people say, "Oh, they're 50 states." You can go to 100 people in America and ask them how many states there are in America. They say 50, and they know they're right, but they're wrong. You feel me?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Or well, what about white supremacy? What do you think about white supremacy? You think they're better than us? Some of them will say yeah. So what is it that we need as a people to break past that barrier in order for us to see that these white motherfuckers are blowing smoke up our asses, and all we gotta do is pull back the curtain in order to see the Wizard of Oz is not that much of a wizard, not that much of an Oz. He's just a bitch ass motherfucker talking shit and see this little midget of a man who's actually a boy. Or what is it can we do or can we say without getting too involved with fool? Because the more you talk to a fool, the more of a fool you become.
Right.
What is it can we do, if anything, in your mind, to make it past that curtain in order to say, oh, wait, there's a curtain in front of me. And all I'm saying is this big ass goddamn image of a white boy trying to make themselves out to be more than what they are.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? Yeah, what is it can we do or can we say to make them pull back the curtain in order to see the lie? Go ahead.
Well, my thing, I think first of all, we got to stop blaming each other for stuff, right?
Okay.
Because we got to stop. Because I tell people this all the time. People lie, right? I don't know
Mm-hmm.
why when somebody say something, they say like that's why I don't do social media too much and everything else. And I just think a lot of these podcasts it's like gossiping. It's like more men that podcast, they're not really talking about nothing. To me, they gossiping more, right? Because I don't
Right.
know how you make your living talking about people all day, every day. You talking about people that a lot of people never going to meet in their life, right? And I don't
Right.
understand
Right.
why you so wrapped up in somebody's life that you never in your life going to ever meet, right? I don't know how in the hell Cardi B with her situation, with what she got going on, is ever going to do anything for me in my lifetime, right? I don't understand it. But I think first of all, we got to stop looking at like I think it's just the same thing as being. We got to stop being jealous of other people being succeeding in life, and I think
Right.
we gotta focus on like what is the first of all what is the real problem with the youth, with our children,
Right.
right? What are
Yeah. Yeah.
we doing? What are we doing? Because this is our generation, right? How did it
Right.
become to this? Because if you look at one thing that I see today, let me ask you this question. What is the number one disease in the world today? Well, at least in America today, what's the number one disease?
Talking about physically or mentally?
I'm talking about, I'm talking about medically.
Medical. Oh shit. That's a good question. If I were to say for black people or what? Or in general?
In general,
Shit. I would say heart disease.
no, cancer. Think
Okay.
about
Mhm.
think about what I'm saying. Back at least 20 years ago, you only had certain types of cancer you can catch, right?
Right. Right.
Think about cancer today. The many different ways you can catch cancer.
Right.
It's so rapid today. The different forms of cancer that you can get is unbelievable.
Right.
Unbelievable. The many variations of forms of cancer that you can catch. If you look at I'm talking about, man, I know so many people dying from cancer, and there's so many variations of cancer. You catching
Mhm.
cancer in all different types of your body that was not even heard of 10 years ago, right? I'm
Right.
talking
Right.
about it's ridiculous. All the different cancers that people catch. I was talking to somebody the other day. We was talking about Nipsey Hussle, right? And I was
Yeah.
because I didn't read a lot to like I just read some things, but that's me being not
Right.
in tune because I'm not reading so much. I was saying, you know what's so crazy? A lot of cancer that we catch, and this is like I said, this is all my opinion. It's the food that we eat, right?
You
I
go.
said, I feel this way. Okay. They were saying, well, yeah, Nipsey was trying to, I forgot what my man, the doctor
Yeah.
started with
Seven.
an
Seven.
S. Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Doctor Seven. Yeah.
Right. He was talking about how a lot of stuff you can cure from natural things, right? I
Right.
said, you
Right.
know what's so crazy? Because I'm so sick and tired of people with money, the black people talking about, well, yeah, I'm going to go and I'm going to build a basketball court, or I'm going to go do something far as the sports is concerned. I said, well, what about the programs of how to teach them to be chemists, engineers, more, because everybody is not going to be a performer. Just take this,
Right.
or everybody's not going to be an athlete, right? But what
Right.
about being, and then you have, look how many doctors that's in America that's Indian, right?
Right. Right.
I swear to God, whoever the damn family Patel, the damn Indians from India, it's a lot of Patel people. It's so many
Right.
doctors that last name was Patel, it ain't even funny. You do what I'm saying?
Right.
I said,
Right.
so my whole thing is, why don't we educate the youth far as something different than trying to get fast money and far as engineering and architecture and
Right.
more like what I'm saying,
Right.
dip paint and stuff, right? I said, so why don't we get up with because it's black farmers, right? Why
Mhm.
don't we sit up here and invest in more black farming, right?
Right.
And try to
Right.
eat more healthier, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I'm.
they
Hold.
was
Hold on. hold on, thought for a minute.
Okay.
I put in the comment Bambara groundnut,
Mm-hmm.
pumpkin seeds, and flax seeds. If anybody or everybody that's listening to the program now, check those out on YouTube, and the nutritional value is beyond your wildest imagination. Bambara groundnut is basically in Africa and other parts. I don't know if it's here in America or the Americas, because I've been trying to find it. But the Bambara nut, Red, I did not know that civilization been building off of these sustenances,
Mm-hmm. For
uh,
years,
because
forever.
they, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
literally for thousands of years, and they never starved. So why are people starving? Because they've been robbed of the knowledge of these three basic seeds and nuts and
Mm-hmm.
other plants that we call weeds in America, but they're not weeds. They have more protein, minerals, vitamins, magnesium, all that shit, and we're killing them, calling them weeds. They're not weeds.
Right.
So, anybody that's looking at this, please check out Bambara nut, ground nut, pumpkin seeds. If you can't get your hands on pumpkins, Bambara ground nut, eat like a tablespoon. No, yeah, a tablespoon as it is recommended of pre-treated pumpkin seeds that you can get from Amazon or from Jules or whatever the case may be. I don't know if Jules still around.
Yeah, that was Jules or Mariano's. Yeah, Jules
Oh
still
yeah,
up. You can go to
yeah.
Peace Market. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
So check that out because
right,
pumpkin seed, I know that it does what it does. You know what I mean?
right,
Because
right.
we're ignorant of the fact. But go ahead.
So,
What you were saying?
so basically, what I'm saying is the fact that I just look at other things that we can try to help invest in with our children, right?
Right, right,
I was just saying, like I was saying, that's why I'm trying to get me some money because I'm thinking about like other stuff, right? So they were saying
right,
about well, if you try to open up supermarkets, how the government will try to prevent you from doing that to put
right,
nutrients into the community. I said, well, look,
right,
why don't they do
right,
this? This was just a slight idea. Since the church
right,
is always having these food pantries, right? Build it up
right,
with the church, right?
right,
Get the
right,
black farmers, make a contract or a deal with the black farmers to produce so much and give it to the black church. And that way the church can give it away for free at the food pantries, right? So instead of
mm-hmm,
getting all this processed food, there you go fresh fruits and vegetables. Because if you look at like in Chicago, right, it's a lot of
right,
places now that you can't even get, they are told like they ain't got the Walmarts out of the communities, right? So you have
right,
no choice but to go far to shop to get fresh fruits, fresh meat. You know what I'm
right.
saying? So it's
There you
more
go.
processed food. So what I'm saying is all these people with all these entertainers and always talking about they get back. And I understand some of them they do a good job because they don't put their
Right,
business out in the street, right? But I'm saying
right,
just something simple. Yeah, they build in different places where it's garden and stuff here, and some people are trying to do gardens here, garden there. But I'm talking about it got to include with the protein, with the iron, stuff like
right,
that. Think have
right.
the kids do more aquaculture, right? Like
Yeah,
you
yeah,
said, look at how coconut and stuff like that, coconut oil, instead of using butter and margarine and stuff like that, right? You know,
right.
try to see, because I say this: you can have all the money in the world, but if you don't have health, what good is the money?
There it is. There it is. There it is. I couldn't say it any better because health is wealth, and wealth is health.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You can't you can't do better than that. So, but you know what? I would advise people who are watching now and who are going to be watching later that you do a Google search and you look up the component of the human body, what your body needs to thrive, not survive, but thrive. And one of those elements, and many of those elements are found in pumpkin seed, bambara groundnuts, and flaxseed. And flaxseed.
Flaxseed
What's
oil.
that?
It's a lot of stuff with
Oh,
flaxseed.
right. Okay. And damn, what's the name of that? The name of that seed? That we grew up eating it.
Yeah,
Sunflower seed.
sunflower seed,
Sunflower seed. Yeah.
pomegranates.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's like I say, and then it's like you have to venture out because it's a different stores that sells like the seasons, even the seasons
Right.
that we eat, right? Stop using
Right. Right.
salt so much. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I know a lot of people like going the vegan way and stuff like that, but you just like I say, I feel like as much energy as people put in other people, I ask people, why you don't put that into yourself? As
Right.
much energy as you give other people, why you cannot
Right.
give that energy to yourself? Why can't
To
you
yourself.
worry about gossiping and talking about what somebody else doing? Why you can't focus on educating yourself about yourself? Why you
Right.
can't focus on loving yourself, right? Why you can't sit
Yeah.
up here and stop worrying about what somebody else is doing and just worry about what you can do to feel better, to love
Yeah. Yeah.
yourself more, right? I mean, and I think that's the problem with people. They don't know how to turn it off. Everybody want to go out here and go get lit and get the smoking and get the drinking. Like, look, even with the marijuana, right? I had to ask
Mm-hmm.
this one dude. He was mad at me because I ain't buy no marijuana from him, right? I said, look, man, everybody, because you know marijuana legal for real in Chicago, right?
Right.
And I asked this dude, I said, man, why would I buy some marijuana from you? I said, everybody and their mama sell marijuana, right?
Right.
I said, you can't, man. I said, then people are enhancing the marijuana with the roach spray, putting other
Right.
chemicals on the marijuana to make it more potent, right?
More
So
potent. Yeah.
I said, so why would I buy from you when I just passed 10 guys getting here to the store talking about they got marijuana, right?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I said that everybody sells in that. Everybody,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? So just
Yeah. You
because
gotta
you
be
put
so
it,
careful with that.
yeah, but I'm saying, but just because you put it in a bag that look cooler than the last dude I just
Right.
bashed, that don't mean that shit's smoking harder than that. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? That's why I say to me, it's better to go to the dispensary. I tell people,
Right.
all you gotta do is get the medical card, right? And
Right.
that way helps takes off the taxes. So
Right.
pretty much if you get the medical card, it's gonna be cheaper because that helps reduce the taxes. And then
Mm-hmm.
that way you could go to the dispensaries and they have the different variety of what this certain thing do. If you having trouble
Right.
sleeping, this helps you sleep. If you having pain, this helps pain. The CBD oil that helps you too, right? I mean, you could even get the butter to cook food with, right? I'm talking about
Right.
so
Right. I know.
it's right, the CBD oil and stuff like that. That's natural. That helps
Yeah.
with
I
pain.
use that as a matter of fact. The CBD
Right.
oil.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, I'm just saying that helps pain. And then that stops you from having to go get the prescription, the prescribed
Right.
medication from the doctor, right? You don't
Right.
have to listen to the doctor because if you do the research and you just try, just like people go and they get all the freebies, right? Just try this stuff to see what works for you to make your situation better. You having all these migraine headaches. Why? Because it's something that you might be putting in your body. Or
Mm-hmm.
it's something that would help prevent you from getting so sick. And I
Okay.
can't stress enough, if you can have everything in the world material, but if you
Right.
are sick, if your health is not good, you're not going to be able to enjoy it because how can you be a billionaire and you bedridden?
Right.
That just prevent that from happening.
Yeah. Your gut bacteria and all of that is so very important. Because I'm not trying to brag or nothing, but I went to the doctor about a year and a half ago. I had a I don't know what I mean. They had the thing up my ass. So in order to look at no, they had it come up. I'm tripping. They went down my throat
Okay.
and looking at my gut, and they're like, "Damn, how old are you?" They're like, they're like, "You got a intestinal tract in your stomach with nothing in it, not
Yeah.
like food, but there was nothing wrong with it. It was like perfect." say like you got intestinal and stomach, you know, all of that, and it's looking like you like 30 something. So you
Mm,
know, I'm 52 now, player. Don't say nothing.
yeah. I don't know.
But
I ain't heard you, homie. Don't keep that on the low. I know.
yeah,
I thought you was
but
32. I thought you was
yeah,
32, homie.
but yeah.
Got
But
it.
the idea is that you got to go to the doctor. You can't close the hood of your car or of your body and let it keep running and running and running without getting an engine check. That's the thing.
Now,
And then
men got to go
you got
have colonoscopies. I mean,
yeah,
because that catches early signs of colon cancer, and that
right.
catches
There
that,
you
and
go.
then because my
There you
thing
go.
is, like I said, those annual checkups are so important, and you got to, and like I said, this woman told me, and I'm thankful to God. She was telling me because I was going to get physicals, but I wasn't going to
Right,
get my blood drawn. And she was like, I don't know
right,
what kind of physical you was doing because your
right.
blood tells the truth about what's going
Yeah,
on with your body. So,
body, right,
and I advise people, especially men, to
right,
go. And I know it's painful, believe me, I feel them. But going to get your colon checked will
yeah,
prevent the colon cancer because you
yeah,
can been and had cancer for years. And it seems like when people tell you what's wrong with you, when you hear it, it's like your
right,
mind make you sicker because
right,
you've been and
right,
had this forever. But as soon as you
right,
hear about it, it seems like that's when your body break down because you constantly it's on your mind. So to
right.
prevent that, man, I just advise anybody who listening, man, just go if you're a man, especially a black man, go get an annual checkup. Please do that for
Yeah.
yourself. Please do that. If
And
you don't do it for you, please do it for your family. Do it for your
family,
kids.
there you go. You're right,
Please do it.
right. Yeah, the last time I had a prostate exam was years ago. But you know, I had a one. The doctors are here are good
Okay.
because you know I had my damn. They had to remove what they call that shit. Hold on. Shit, I know what it is in Spanish. I don't know what it is particular.
We'll say it in Spanish.
No, hold on. I get it. Vesicular in English. In English, I don't remember what it is in English. Uh, hold on.
Man, you have been in Dominican Republic that long, you forget how to speak English?
Ah, no.
I would say, damn.
She don't be. She be trying. She understands a little bit. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, oh, vesicle. It's not vesicle.
The particular.
No, it's a little organ that sits right above your liver or something like that. That when you eating, it secretes a liquid or something to help uh, something. But anyway, I had to have it removed because my
Okay.
eye got yellow and shit, and I was
Wow.
vomiting and scratching like a madman.
Damn. So
Yeah,
they was trying
I
to say
don't.
you was because I know you do
Yeah,
yellow eyes as jaundice.
yeah,
So okay.
yeah, right. That. So
Okay.
I had to go to Santiago. No, yeah, Santiago in order to get the doctor who was highly recommended. And you know, I was a little bit after my mother died. Really, that was my mother
Wow.
died uh, November or something, and I had that surgery on the 1st of December, like three
Okay.
years ago.
Wow.
And so, and then I stayed in the hospital, cuz for
Wow.
up until about the 18th of November.
Wow.
So yeah, I was in there, and you know, my wife was there every day. You know, she
Wow.
would
That's
go
what's
home,
up.
not go home, but she would go over to her girl house and straighten up and shower and do all that. I mean, she could shower in the room too, but she was there through
That's
thick and
love.
thin.
That's what's
Yeah,
up.
you know,
That's love. I feel you. I
yeah,
feel you.
yeah. So, uh, but yeah, I don't want to go too far off the top,
On the
the
topic,
topic.
yeah.
Right. Yeah. I wanted you to check this out. It's
Okay.
called
Soon, the entire world will start eating meat.
it's called 3D printed meat. Hold on.
printed by a printer, and we won't even be able to tell if it's real meat or not. This isn't a plot from Black Mirror, it's our reality unfolding. Here's why printed meat resembles real meat so closely. The 3D printers use special bio-inks to create it. These bio-inks are actually made from stem cells extracted from different animals depending on the desired type of meat: beef, pork, poultry, or even fish. In a laboratory, these cells then multiply, interact, and differentiate into the fat and muscle cells that make up bio-ink. These bio-inks are then intricately layered by specialized 3D printers to construct meat products that closely mimic the texture, taste, and nutritional composition of traditional meats. This is identical to real beef, and when it is ready and served, even the smell is the same. Scientists claim that by using this technology, the environmental impact associated with conventional livestock farming will be greatly reduced. So would you eat printed meat? Soon, the entire world will start.
So here we go, man. We got this white boy done came up with this idea of using a 3D printer to print meat for us. Who the fuck told this motherfucker to do this shit?
Damn.
Who fucking? I'm not eating no motherfucking 3D printed meat that you manufacture by a machine. Man, fuck you, bitch. Give me some cow meat, some fish meat, and all that.
Well,
You know what I mean?
you know what's so crazy, but
Yeah.
why? But you know what? I look at it. Why isn't it so far fetched? Because they start making, they make guns like that.
Right.
I mean,
right.
so my whole thing is, I look at it like once they start doing something from one thing, it's just a matter of time when they're going to incorporate it to do all type of things, right? So
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. I mean, I'm crying inside because I eat the shit out of me a piece of pig, right? I'm like, damn, boy, and that just make me, looking at that, that makes you say, okay, go get a. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. My thing is to buy a farm and to grow
Right.
to have my own, grow my own meat and stuff like that, right? Vegetables, because just because they say it's organic, that's why I say what I say about how people lie. Just because people say something don't mean it's the truth. Just because they put
Right.
organic in front of it, that doesn't mean
Right.
that it's organic. Just because they say, oh yeah, it's organic, that don't mean that it's true.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's why I say people got to start understanding just because it's printed on something don't mean that it's accurate. You know what I'm saying? That don't mean that that's the truth. Because just like this, I tell people all the time, people lie. Just because somebody say something, that don't mean it's the truth, right? You have to take what stuff people say in a grain of salt. That's like you said, it's the truth. I'm not gonna go off nobody's emotions, right? And I'm not gonna go off nobody's feelings. But I love the fact that we can talk like grown, like adults, mature men, mature women, and have a conversation, and there don't have to be no disrespect involved, right? And the fact of it is that we're not trying to have nobody live and think like we think. All we basically saying is we telling you what we've read, what we looked at, what has been proven. And if you disagree, just go look at the facts, right? Just like I said, you just seen that video say printed meat. But I'm like, okay, I just feel like that's already been happening, right? Because what scientists have already done, because if you look at, they've already said there's so many people in the world already, right? What have they been doing for years? They've been filling the animals up with steroids. Because you go to the grocery store now, how in the hell, I never seen a jumbo chicken wing instead of 15 years ago, right? So they're saying the fact that they have to feed the population because the population is going over too much, right? So they are, and so meat, big pieces of meat is bigger than it's ever been because they have to feed all these people. So why is it far-fetched for it to be a color, a 3D printed meat? Shit, they did it with guns. You know what I'm saying? If you read about how, just like I say, technology is a beautiful thing, but it's also dangerous. Because when you look at YouTube will tell you anything you want to know about, anything you want to know about.
Yeah, right.
I mean, how in the hell can you go on YouTube and they teach you how to build a bomb? I'm just saying, you go on YouTube and they can tell you how to build a bomb.
Right.
I'm just like,
Mhm.
so it's not a far-fetched thing that a 3D printer would be able to produce meat. I mean, I just felt like shit. I thought they was already doing it. Be truthfully
Yeah,
honest
they,
with you.
they and Europe, Red, they making billions of pounds of meat.
Yeah, it's not hard to believe it. I mean, my whole thing
Right.
is I look at it. I mean, but I look at it too as about business. If you can cut
Right.
corners and you
Right.
can produce cheap labor and cheap products, they gonna do it. Why? They've been doing
Right.
it forever. They
Right.
cut corners. Why
Right.
wouldn't I make something for 70 cents and I can send it to another part of the world and sell it for $50? Why
Right.
wouldn't I?
There,
You know what I'm
right.
saying?
There you
I'm
go.
building it for $1, but I'm selling it for $40. Why wouldn't I
Right.
do it if I can cut corners and get away with it?
Right.
I
Right.
mean, to me, that's what I mean about people being woke, right? You have to look at the possible. This stuff going on everyday life, right? We see guys
Right.
already selling fake stuff, fake purses, fake material thing. Why wouldn't you think that this stuff would not be going on? That's what I mean when I say about people being woke. This stuff been going on forever. It's just being more exposed now.
Right.
But this stuff has been going, you know what I'm saying? This stuff been going on forever.
Right.
Why is it hard to believe that somebody wouldn't do it? Hold on, I give you a scenario, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what is a thief? What is your definition of a thief?
Truth.
Huh?
What the definition of truth?
No, a thief. A thief. What is the definition of a thief? What I mean, okay,
Wait,
I'm sorry. Okay, what does a thief do? A thief.
Oh, a thief. A motherfucker that robbed.
They steal, right?
Yeah, still.
So if your brother was a thief, would you be mad if he came over your house and took something from you?
I would expect that. Yeah, if
No,
you
no.
know.
No.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying, right? If you know a person a thief and they steal from you, you can't
Right.
let your emotions be involved in it because
Right.
if you know that
You
person
already
is thief, you shouldn't expect nothing different of whoever it is that steals from you. I tell people
Right.
this all the time. If it's somebody you care about, you say, because I've asked people this a lot. They're like, man, I'll be pissed off. I say, why? Because that's your brother. The reason why he gonna keep stealing from you is because you're gonna
Right.
keep forgiving him or
Right.
forgiving her, right? But
Right.
what is a thief? A thief is a person that steals.
Mm-hmm.
So how you gonna be mad at a thief?
Right. Right.
You can't be.
It's like
Yeah.
it's like a snake. A snake gonna bite you at some point.
Right. Regardless how much of a pet that is, you can't.
Mhm.
You can't take a person out their natural habitat and thinking that
There
you're
you
gonna
go.
make them domesticate them.
Right.
You know what I'm
Right.
saying? A wild animal is a wild animal.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's why I tell people you have to look at you got to self a person for who they are and not what they are and not what you're trying to make them to become. And once you understand that logic, then you know how to deal with people.
Yeah. Right.
Because
Right.
you want them to be something you want them to be. But you're
Right.
not
Not
looking
that
at
they
right.
to do with
You're
them.
not right. You're not looking at them for what they are.
Right. 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 That's 100. That's on 100.
Man, I don't know why you got me. Look, I don't know why you got me on here wanting to talk about life. Look, I'm trying to tell you, I got a lot of look. I talk look,
Right.
and it's crazy because I talk like this all the time. Because
Right.
I try not to preach, but I just try to tell people just look at life simple because we make our lives too hard. We want so much out of life, but it's all about just looking at life and the simplicity of life, right? And stop making it so hard and stop blaming others from the decisions that you make. Because I don't blame nobody for nothing that happened to me, right? I blame myself. Because the thing
Right.
about it is I control the narrative of my life.
Right.
The hardest thing for us to do is say no. I don't know why.
Right. Right. Before we go on, I was talking to my wife about uh, her and her family and so-called friends, right? I was
Hmm.
letting her know you can't follow and go along with everything that everybody else is going along. But you're damn near 40 years old. But in some, I wasn't trying to down her or nothing. Like at some point, you got to realize the people that you are surrounding yourself with.
Right.
If you want to be wise, surround yourself with wiser people. If you want to be smarter, you got to surround yourself with other smarter people. You can't, or in other words, being book smart, being wise and knowledgeable and understanding, that's one thing. That's great.
But common sense is a whole different entity.
I, that's it. Common sense,
It's a
cuz.
whole different. It's because you know what
Yeah,
sometimes, but you know what too though. But you got to look at some people. It's hard for them to cut people out their lives, right? Because that's when it's like people don't know how to enjoy themselves by themselves, right? They need
right.
a crowd of people. They don't know how to enjoy just doing stuff by themselves because I tell people all the time, I do a lot of stuff by myself. This is how I'm
There you
able to learn about myself. This is
Right.
how I'm able to learn what I really like, what I don't like, what I don't
Right.
have nobody whisper in my ear. Well, you really like that? Yeah, I like that, because I like it's like now I like going to classical plays and musicals and going to art
Right.
museums and stuff like that. I love that. And
Right.
I ask people all the time, you want to go with me? They say no. I said, okay, then I go by myself, right?
Right. Right.
Because I tell people it's fair to be a square, man. It's fair to be a
Right.
square. I don't need. I
Right.
used to think being cool was it, right? But then I look
Right.
at all the people I grew up with who I thought was cool. They do things. They alcoholics, real tough. They
Right. Right.
can't. They don't have no stability in life. They locked up.
Right.
You dig what I'm saying? And the
Right.
crazy part about it is, their conversation is still a conversation from back in the '90s, back in the '80s. Like, damn, for
Right.
real? You still thinking
They're
like that?
still back in the 90s and 80s, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they still stuck in the '80s. Like, damn, for real? Damn, you talking about 40-something years ago. How the hell you still talking about that shit, man? Damn. Okay, I see why you fucked up. Hey, let me get your number. I got you. Hey, I'm gonna get at you, man. You be cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
What the fuck? I understand. That shit crazy.
Look, let me say this before we go on and wrap it up. But I was telling my wife a little bit, calm down, find peace within yourself.
Right.
When you're at peace with yourself, and that is equal to the peace outside of you,
Mm-hmm.
you are more at peace because there's an equilibrium between you and the world, between the world and you.
Right.
And when you can find that within yourself, and then I said, because happiness means doing the thing or things in your life that give you meaning, purpose, sense of direction, and fulfillment. That comes from my mama. You
Mm-hmm.
feel me?
And
And
make you
I
and
was,
make you and make you smile. Don't do your wife like do she like to smile?
she smiles?
No, that do she like to smile?
Does she like to smile like this?
No, just I mean, just no, just like it's just like she just smile. It's not, you know what I'm saying? She could just be walking and you look at her and then she just got a smile on her face, or she just got
Oh,
a right.
I
I'm
don't
just
know that.
saying.
I don't know that for me.
No. What I'm saying is no, but I'm saying is though, but when you see somebody that has peace in their life, right?
Right.
They look happier. They
There
have
you
a
go.
they have a
Oh, okay.
different walk.
I
They
see
have
what,
a,
yeah, I see
you know what
what,
I'm saying? They have a
right.
different
Yeah.
walk.
Well,
They
yeah,
come.
she's more.
Yeah,
She
they.
wasn't about red. She wasn't like that in the beginning because it was
Mm-hmm.
like boo 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 boo.
Right.
But now it's like boo 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 boo.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah. And then
she finding her way.
right. And then another thing too. What's crazy is it's like now as you start to age, you got to find those things that really makes you happy that you really enjoy now. Because
Right.
it's like if you depending on the age that you are, a lot of the stuff that we grew up on is obsolete now, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you have to, you gotta, being adaptability is a hard thing for people that's older, right? Because they can't
Right. Right.
adapt to what's going on in the world. But the thing about it is, it's still things that we can do that we grew up on that we still can do. It's just the fact that, unfortunately, man, people don't like to age. People want youth so much. People
Yeah.
want to live
Right.
forever. I call it the Peter Pan syndrome. People don't want to grow up. I'm saying people don't want to grow up, man. People like people don't like my gray hair. I love it
Right.
because I said, you know how long it took me to get it, how hard it took me to get it. I said, yeah, some
Right.
of it might be some stress, but some of it's some wisdom. I said, believe me,
Right.
it's both, it's go half and half, right? But people don't like to get older.
Yeah.
They don't.
Right.
They don't like to age, man. It's
A lot
like,
of people, Red, a lot of people don't make it. So be
yeah,
grateful for whatever age you at.
man.
You know.
Listen. I'm so happy from the trials and tribulations, from the things I've learned, from the good
Right.
and the bad. Because at the
Right.
end of the day, this is my life. I would not
Yeah.
trade
Make
it for
you
nobody else's
stronger.
in the world.
Right. Right.
I just said this a book. My life is a book, right? And I'm
There you
still
go.
writing. I'm still writing another chapter.
Right. There you go. It ain't over till it's over, baby.
Nah, I'm still writing. I'm working on a new chapter tomorrow.
Right. Right.
It's right there.
Yeah, look, when you go, I just put it in the chat. When you go to YouTube, look up the video Stoicism, right? And Machiavelli. I think I might have spelled that wrong. It might be the E, Machiavellian, not Machiavellian. I think that might be an E. But either way, look those two up and study the shit out of them, because that's what I do. You know what I mean? And Machiavellian, I'm a true Machiavellian. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not black. I'm not this. I'm understanding and growing into what human nature is all about and what um, motivates people. And if you look up those two, Stoicism and Machiavellian, or Machiavelli, it might be, but either one, it'll come up Machiavellian.
Mm.
You'll grow, man. I'm telling you, I've grown, become the master of myself, not the master of the people, but the master of me. And so when you become a master of yourself, everything else falls in line because you know you're not gonna go for no bullshit.
Right.
You feel me? You become your own true best friend. That's all you can do.
Right.
So yeah. So let's get back on track, and not that we're off track. That's very important. 'Cause, I appreciate you coming on. I didn't think you were going to come on,
And
but I appreciate you
told
being.
y'all, man. I told y'all I was gonna support you, man. I'm for real. I mean, like I say, if I say I'm gonna do something for somebody, I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
They expectations of me might be different because
Right.
they've asked people to do stuff and support them, and they being disappointed. But that's not my
Right.
thing because if I tell you I'm gonna do it, because I tell people in a minute, nah, I ain't got time for all that. But
Right.
like I
Right.
told you, I got time. Catch me while I got
Right.
time. Now I tell you
Right.
when I ain't got time. I'm like, nah, I ain't gonna bet. I'm gonna keep it one now. Now I ain't got time because I'm on something, right? Because I'm
Right.
always trying to better my situation in my life from the things that I
Right.
do. But man, I got time. Yeah, I get on because this to me, I love. It's like I told you, I love having adult conversations. I love
Right.
knowledge. I love
Right.
knowledge. I love wisdom. I love anything that's gonna help me better my
Right.
thinking, better my life, better my
Right.
situation. I'm all for that.
Right. There you go. There you go. And my table, your table, we are always open for anybody that want to come down and sit down and eat
Mm-hmm.
the fruit of our ancestors. Because the way I look at it, Red, is that if I climbed upon the mountain of the shoulders of our ancestors, going back millions of years, billions of years, even to Egypt, Greece, and Rome, and now, I have become a better person because I am standing upon the shoulders of giants that has allowed me to see beyond what I would normally see if I didn't do it. You feel me?
Right, right.
So there's a whole plethora of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding that I've gotten over the years and decades
Mm-hmm.
uh, that has improved me. So,
Right.
and like you were saying, life is not difficult. You were born and you're gonna die, and
We make it we make it hard. We make we make our life so difficult because, like I said, and ask people this all the time. If you can deal with your own problems, how easy would your life be, right? I said it seems like the only time our life becomes difficult when we take on other people's problems. And the crazy part about this, people that you take on their problems, they relinquish it and put it all on you. Cause it just be like, if you're trying to help somebody, you get a job, right?
Right.
You tell them, hey man, go fill the application out. Hey, you heard? Hey, did you talk to your supervisor for me? You talk to your supervisor for me? Like, no. Hey man, why they ain't hire me, man? I don't know. Man, listen, man, you must ain't be talking to the people for me. What you mean? Okay, wait a minute. Is this the only company that you looking at? Shit, did you call them back? Did you do follow-up calls? Are you looking for something else? No, man, I was depending on you to get me the job. Where you at?
Shit,
so wait a minute. So how you put it all off on me? Now your problem, you want your problem to become my problem or our problem, right? So that's why I ask people stop making people problems your problem. Like I say, it's hard, but you have to let people deal with their own situation because we tend to put more emphasis and energy into other people's problems instead of fixing our own. Yeah. And I say that, and when you asked me earlier, what can we do to make ourselves better, right? Try to start letting people fix their own problem. And I know it's hard because
you gotta grow up.
No, because you emotionally tied to these people. These might be your kids or your siblings or your parents or your uncles. Somebody that I tell people I got family and I got relatives. They related to you or they your family in some kind of shape, form, or fashion, right? But you have to let people fix and work stuff out themselves. Unfortunately, because it's going to pull you down. You worked hard all these years for the pension, and here it is, your son keep getting in trouble, and you drew all your money down, and he still get in trouble. Now you have nothing for retirement because you making emotional thinking. I tell people it's emotional thinking and it's common sense thinking. People got to stop being emotional when they think and have to use common sense. And that's our problem. That's our problem. That's the problem that we have. That's the problem that we have. I think it.
Mm-hmm. But I appreciate you, coming on and
I appreciate you too. Oh yeah, I'll be back because I got a lot more to say. Look, I got a lot more to say. I got a lot more to say about the world.
Yeah, to let go. Oh, did you see? Before we go on, this would be the foundation of all of these other videos. Did you see what the vice president said?
J.D. Vance. I try not to listen to him too much, but what did he say?
So he said that you don't need. He talked. Hold on. I hate it. It's muted. Hold on.
Are you having a house party?
Nah, only niggas play muted like
I'm saying, man, it sounds like you at a house party. Hey, okay. I said, wow, you're
it's loud like they're like, God damn. But anyway, J.D. Vance got up in front of TPUSA, where Charlie Kirk was the president and his wife now was running.
The turning point.
Right, the turning point. So he said to all of the audience, that you don't have to be ashamed to be white anymore. I'm like, what the fuck you mean, bitch?
What? I don't understand.
Yeah, something along that line. I'm like, bitch, you're not even white. Why are you?
But see, that's what I mean, though, right? Okay. So fine, they white people, right? What you
Right.
mean being ashamed of being white? I don't understand. It's like, and I don't understand when people say you ain't got to be ashamed of being white. These people
Right.
ain't never been ashamed of being white. What is you talking about?
No. Yeah, there you go.
They never been ashamed.
Right.
Anything they've been super aggressive about them being white. But see,
Right.
I see what I don't like is because they not that young themselves. I mean, they not that old themselves. And
Right.
you now the younger generation of quote unquote white people is not bad because they're thinking it's not bad, right? But
Right.
once they get around people like that, that will change the whole complexity of their thinking. You know what I'm
Mhm,
saying?
mhm.
Because I'm gonna give you case in point right quick. When I'm in Missouri with my wife, right? She worked for a
Right.
union. Crazy
Right.
thing, right? Now she helped orchestrate the Fight for 15. She was one of
Right.
the creators in Missouri, right? So it was like a handful of white people, and it was like 3-1 black people with white people, right?
Right. Right.
Do you know that the white people was more aggressive for the cause, trying to help get these laws passed, marching, doing we're going to different facilities than the black people were, right?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And it was crazy because then the black people would be talking crazy about the white people, but these are young white people, right? They for the cause. They for trying to help to get this stuff passed because it wasn't just about black people and white people. It was people in totality. It was about people and their rights. And that's what I didn't like about sometimes with black people, because I understand that we should be more united than we should be, right?
Yeah.
But
Of course.
all people are not bad. All people are not spreading bad conversation, and they're not
Right.
spreading evil, right?
Right.
You got to sit back and look at the people who are trying to help you,
Mhm.
because you could tell the difference about the people who trying to
Yeah.
really help you
Right.
compared to the people that don't give a damn.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, but by her saying being ashamed of being white, I'm just like, man, what do that really mean? Why I've
Yeah.
never seen nobody being ashamed of being white.
Mm-hmm. 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 And the funny thing about it is that they created this system of white supremacy, white superiority to
Right.
help them, but they ain't helping them.
No, they
How the
not.
fuck? No wait, cuz Red. How the fuck do you get a 400-year start and you fucking up already?
Right. It's like you running the relay race and you had a motherfucker 10-second start, and I catch you and I pass you and I beat you by a mile. I beat you by 2-3
Right.
minutes, right? Y'all had a
Right.
head start with all the benefits of being able to cope with life. Y'all had all the advantages, and now you sitting up here lagging behind so bad, but it's not of nobody doing, it's y'all own doing. Because
Right.
you didn't take advantage of the situations.
Right. Right.
Yeah, you're gonna be mad. You're gonna be mad at me because they didn't take advantage of this and I did. I just
Right.
think that's crazy, man.
Right. Right. But the thing about it is too is that Red, the food stamp was started for them.
Right. That's
And hold on. They're the main consumers of food stamp. They're the main consumers of
welfare.
rental.
A welfare.
Yeah, no. What is it called? You get your rent paid or something like that by the
No,
government.
you're talking about no, I'm talking about, but they are the more recipients of welfare, of any
Yeah, yeah.
program to help them. Because if you look at the facts, right, it's more people
Right.
get linked and food stamps and shit than any other ethnicity, nationality in the country,
There you go.
right? You talking
Right.
about it was more programs made up there to get their lights paid, the rent paid, all the light heaping, all this stuff.
Right.
CETA, it was pretty much made and built for them. Remember, black people and Latino people and everybody, we got the memo late. We didn't even know that
Yeah.
stuff even existed, right?
Right.
So now, once we got the word, shit, we own it now. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
right.
But this system was created for them.
Yeah,
This was they created this system. They just mad that
right.
people don't call wind of it and not take advantage of it now. That's what the business
Yeah.
is. So that's their fault.
So keep that thought that they are right. So we're gonna get
Right.
into what this guy's saying. We're gonna get into what this guy's saying. Let's keep it going.
Healthcare system and a good safety net system is because of the bunch of white people who are racist. And here's what I mean. I am convinced that if you could tell the racists that only white people would get food stamps and universal healthcare and universal basic income, they would all vote for it. The only reason they don't want to vote for it is because they're afraid that black people and people of color might get it. And I can prove it. Look at back in the day, there used to be public pools in almost every town in the South. No matter how big or small the town was, they used to have a public pool. And then after the Civil Rights Act, they had to start letting people of color into their public pools. And white people decided they would rather fill the pools with concrete and let nobody swim than have to swim with black people. And I'm convinced the same thing happens with our social safety net. These people would rather suffer themselves than help black people too. I am so convinced this is why this country is.
Yo, you know what's absolutely beautiful? When a white man stands up in front of other white people and tells them the truth they've been running from their whole lives. When he looks them dead in the eye and says your obsession with hating black people is the reason you're failing. Your anti-black racism didn't make you strong. It made you weak. And now you're collapsing under the weight of your own hatred. That's exactly what just happened. And MAGA is losing their minds because they can dismiss black people when we say it. They can call us divisive, angry, race baiters playing the victim card. But when one of their own says it, when a white man with receipts, with history, with undeniable facts stands up and exposes how anti-black racism has been the poison destroying white America from the inside out, they can't handle it. They can't dismiss it. They can't run from it. And that's why they're furious. Welcome to the Collapse Chronicles, where we document what happens when systems built on hatred finally crumble, where we show you how anti-black racism doesn't just hurt black people, it destroys everyone who participates in it. And if you're ready to see the truth that MAGA is desperately trying to hide, then you need to be right here. Drop a like, hit subscribe, because this video is going to make some people very uncomfortable. And that's exactly the point. Let's start with the facts, because we always bring receipts. Anti-black racism has been the foundation of American society since 1619, when the first enslaved Africans were brought to Jamestown, Virginia. For over 400 years, this country has organized itself around one central principle: keep black people at the bottom, and everyone else can fight over what's left. That principle shaped everything. It shaped the economy. It shaped the legal system. It shaped education, housing, healthcare, employment, and wealth distribution. It shaped who got access and who got excluded. It shaped who was seen as human and who was seen as property. And for a long time, it worked, for white people at least. They got land through the Homestead Act while black people were excluded. They got loans through the GI Bill while black veterans were denied. They got mortgages through the Federal Housing Administration while black neighborhoods were redlined. They got jobs, education, and opportunities that were systematically denied to black people. But here's what they didn't realize. Here's what they're only now starting to understand. Anti-black racism didn't just hurt black people, it poisoned the entire system. It created a society so focused on maintaining racial hierarchy that it couldn't build anything sustainable. It couldn't invest in infrastructure. It couldn't create universal health care. It couldn't fund education. It couldn't address poverty. Because every time someone proposed a policy that would help everyone, white people asked one question: will black people benefit from this too? And if the answer was yes, they voted against it, even if it hurt them, even if it meant they suffered, even if it meant their own children went without. They would rather drown than let black people swim. And now, centuries later, the consequences are catching up. White America is collapsing. Life expectancy is declining. Opioid deaths are skyrocketing. Economic mobility is disappearing. Communities are disintegrating. And they're looking around wondering, how did this happen? And this white man just told them exactly how. Now let me show you what he said, because you need to hear this with your own ears.
¿Cómo dirías?
Hold on.
Me tengo que ir. En inglés, I gotta go. Repite conmigo. I gotta go.
In this clip, a white professor and historian is speaking at a public forum. He's addressing a predominantly white audience, and he's about to tell them something they desperately don't want to hear, that their obsession with anti-black racism is the reason they're failing. Watch this.
Hey, if the pilot's black, do I know that they're qualified? Has he ever said that about a white pilot? Of course not. Who did they pick? The most unqualified, bumbling idiot. A convicted felon, caused an insurrection, cheats on his wives, sexual abuse. But hey, you know what? He's white. So when you see a lot of these evangelicals, because I see a lot of them in my family, middle-aged white, praise Jesus, praise Jesus. Yeah, you think Jesus wants a man like this? You think he's a great reflection? No. I'm going to tell you why they support him. Because they view, when you hear the phrase nuclear family or traditional family values or Christian nation, when was this a Christian nation again? I'm sorry, because I haven't heard one thing. It was founded by founding fathers that owned slaves. They owned goddamn black people like cattle. Yeah, praise Jesus, right? Black people were worth 3/5 of a person. Praise Jesus. Only 21-year-old white men had rights in this country. Praise Jesus. Such a Christian nation. Every atrocity in this country and across the world has been done by a person with religion who has weaponized religion to push the white supremacy. That's it. Look at the Catholic Church. How many young men have been affected? And none of you Catholics stood up. You still go to church and give your tithes while they pay out billions of dollars in civil lawsuits because it didn't affect you, so you don't give it. Look at the Baptist Church. Decades they covered up the mistreatment of women. It's gross. And you still went to church and praise Jesus. Look at all the pastors right now that are being arrested for doing inappropriate things with people underage. Praise Jesus, right? But then you hear Bishop Uday. Kindness, compassion, empathy. Nope, we don't want that. That's right, because you want to make America white again. You want Leave It to Beaver. You want a white kid in a white ice cream shop sitting next to a white cop being served by a white ice cream server. That's what you want. And for all of you middle-aged white people, you are scared to hell that that's going away. And when you hear Fox News, they have posted 244 pieces about trans people since February. Nothing about gun violence. Nothing about universal health care. Nothing about giving people a living wage. Actual policies that would make people's lives better. Because it questions their version of the traditional family. And when you hear that, let me be very clear what traditional family values means. It means white America. That's what it means. They want to put the 10 Commandments in Texas. They want to put Bibles in Tennessee. I'm a person of faith, and I have no right, zero, to push my religion or my faith on you. That's what free will is. See, and those white Christian nationalists, those white supremacists, they don't want free will. They want to push their religious ideology on you because they actually believe this is a Christian nation, because they don't want to take 2 seconds to realize that we are a third world country, that we've never been a great nation for everybody. And that's done through indoctrination, right? You're born in American flag diapers, and you wake up every morning and you eat your Freedom Wheaties, and you do the Pledge of Allegiance. Best country in the whole universe ever by not even a close measure. Then you feed your pet bald eagle, and you go to work, and you polish the Constitution, and you have 800 trillion American flags. America, America, yeehaw! Damn about the people that the flag represents. You just care that your version of what America was lied to you, that you were the Truman Show, because that's what this is. You were told it was great, and it's not. Right now, the way that we're acting, we're a shithole country. And a lot of people that are white don't want to hear that. Why don't you go ask black people, they think it was great. Why don't you go ask the Native Americans if it was great for them? Because this was their land. Why don't you go ask the Hawaiians when it was great for them? Because we stole their land. We took the land from Mexico. Hell, we took black people from Africa because us white people were too god lazy to do the jobs ourselves. And for all of you people demonizing immigrants, I don't see your lazy asses out in the field doing the jobs. Why is that? Because you just didn't want non-white people here. But Paul, I want them here legally. Great, let's talk about that. These people have been here for 30, 40 years. The system is screwed up, yes. But you know what? They're not criminals. They pay their bills. They pay their taxes. They have a house. They own businesses. But you voted for a white man who's a convicted felon, who caused it.
I want to stop it there. You got any comments you want to add to that before we continue?
Man, that shit, yeah. I mean, he said it right though. Seriously, I mean, it's shit like the Truman Show because, and I'm not feeling lie, man. I've been having problems with people, the church people. I'm not gonna lie. I've been feeling this way for a long motherfucking time. I just feel like people. Listen, I have nothing wrong with what people do with their life, right? But I just feel as though, like he said, when the people be always trying to throw God into something, it's like that's crazy to me because they throw God into everything, but the way they live their life, you be like, wait a minute, you're a hypocrite. I feel like a lot of people that go to church now, they hypocrites. I mean, I don't understand that, and that's what I'm talking about with the Constitution, right? You got to because it's not black people, it's black men. They said black men is 3/5 of a person, so I never understood that. That's why I said that shit. Some of that shit got to be rewritten. It got to sit up here and it got to pretty much it got to mirror what the world is today, right? It has to because some of that shit is outdated. I mean, some of that shit is straight racist. You read the Constitution, you're like, what the fuck? Wait a minute now. You know what I'm saying? And people use that shit far as killing people, right? Doing this. I mean, people have their own versions of stuff that they want to say and do what they do. I just feel like I say, man, it's just sad how people want a certain thing to do. But if you look at white people, man, like I say, they I don't know, they just crazy. It's just like I said, and I think depending on the generation, the age bracket they fall into, they crazy. Because I can't lie, I grew up with white people. All the white people I don't fuck with in my life, they not all like that, right? But you got some of the people, like I said, who has been brainwashed just like some black people. Because I've been around some old Southern black people. And goddamn it, they scared of white people because that's how they've been raised. That's how they've been brainwashed. This is the way you act when white people come around. This is the way that you're supposed to feel. Because, like, I was so tired of people hearing this bullshit saying, the white man is. Man, the white man that made you lose your job, you knew the fuck you was supposed to be going to work tomorrow. You stood up and turning up and getting lit to 3, 4 in the morning. You got to be at work at 8 o'clock and stuff. You come to work, you reeking with alcohol, high in the motherfucker, right? How you gonna come to work discombobulated? So how did the white man make you lose your job? You know what I'm saying? How is it? So that's why I say, how is it that people just can't take responsibility for the decisions that they make? You know what I'm saying? But then I feel bad just to get on this. I feel bad because these politicians, man, I'm trying to figure out how in the hell is these politicians still in office when you hear these motherfuckers talk? They are some of the most illiterate motherfuckers in the world. Man, how the fuck is Marco Rubio still in power, man?
I don't know. That's a good one.
How the fuck is Ted Cruz still in play?
Yeah, and now they got Pete Hegseth.
Yeah. Wait a minute. What's old girl name? What's old girl name? The motherfucker over immigration? Man, how the fuck? What the fuck?
Right.
And then it's crazy because years ago, just a few years ago, J.D. Vance had just downgraded Donald Trump to the fullest. Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio, they downgraded everything. He a crook, he this, he that, he this, he that. Now he the next thing best guy. When he was talking about Joe Biden, how he was an old man and he was this and he was that. I said, yeah, Joe Biden too old to be president, but Donald Trump right there. He and I told people, I'm not scared of Donald Trump, right? You know who I'm scared of? It's the people that he brought with him. Because he's only able to do as much as people allow him to do, right? He can say whatever he want to say. It doesn't matter. But if the people that he telling this to allow him to do it, those are the people you better be scared of. While people keep talking about motherfucker Donald Trump, you know who the most hated motherfucker in this world should be? Mike Johnson, the House of the Representatives. Because he is the head of the House of Representatives, right? He the one who can sit up here and vote to make it, to send it to the Senate, right? If he don't open up the door for that bullshit can't never go nowhere, right?
You're right. There you go.
That's why I try to tell people, it's not Donald Trump that you need to be scared of. It's the people that he brought with him. Because this is the business. Donald Trump is old as fuck, right?
Right.
You see right now, his own motherfucker, the MAGA motherfuckers, is falling back off him, right? You better look at these young motherfuckers that they got coming. That's stupid just like him, right? That's in their 30s, late 20s and their 30s, right? And then see my thinking about this, because there's no age limit, them motherfuckers got a long way to go in these politics.
Yeah, right.
If they frame of mind of thinking is like this in their 20s and 30s, and say for instance these motherfuckers stay in office for 40 years,
right?
You dig what I'm saying? That's who you need to be scared of,
right?
You know what I'm saying? You need to be scared of the people that he brought with him, man. Even the motherfuckers in their 40s, they still got 30-some years to go in politics. And if they and if they frame of mind is like this, man, they just get started. They just get started.
And look, Red, the Congress and the Senate, I think they're like 300 apiece, 600 people, senators and congressmen.
Right.
All of them motherfuckers on the Epstein list.
Yeah. And you know what's so crazy? And I was telling my mother, I said, you know what's gonna be the wildest thing in the world? That's what's gonna bring him down. That's what Donald Trump of his own doing. That's what's gonna get him. It's not gonna be, man, listen, that man has said, undid everything under the sun. Man, fuck it. It is what it is. But that Epstein shit, yeah, them people's not letting that go. I don't give a fuck what he, I don't give a fuck what he say. I don't give a fuck what Donald Trump talking about, right? They not letting that Epstein shit go.
Right. No, they holding on to that one.
Oh man, because listen, how can they not deny that Donald Trump, him and Donald Trump was best of friends? There's no denying that. There's no denying that Donald Trump is in so many of them down in those files. It's unbelievable. You know what I'm saying? It's not funny. That's why he always trying to divert the files, because he know, man, man, listen, man, that's what's gonna get that man caught up. It ain't gonna be about the bombing over there in Venezuela, the killing the motherfuckers on the boats. It's not gonna be about the other shit he owned, all the crooked shit. Like I told people, see, this is what I mean about people they keep talking about they woke, right? I said, man, do people realize why Donald Trump wanted to be president? I said, Donald Trump didn't have no money. The only thing this did for him being president was got back his family wealth. That's all this did. I said, why he making a diversion of all this bullshit, right? Donald Trump is making business deals with all these foreign countries, building hotels, building this, building that. So now, before he was back on president, because remember, he was using the campaign money to fund, he was using the funds to campaign personal shit, right? Right. That man got billions again, because by him being president, this allowed him to be able to get them business deals and talk to people that he could not talk to because he was on the outside looking in. Right. I said, that's why I tell people, open your eyes and see that's the bigger picture. Why he convert, and think about what white people do, right? They convert, they create diversions. They divert what's really going on, right? That's the diversionary tactic. Smoke and mirrors. That's what people don't understand. This is what white people do. They create smoke and mirrors because they divert the bullshit off what's real and make a diversion so they can take care of the shit that's real and make everybody focus on one thing. And that's all this man done done.
Right, right.
So think about this. Think if people look at this on some real shit, look how much business deals he's done, and just in this amount of times he's been back in office, right? Look how many times they say his company undid this, his son undid this, his son undid this. How many business deals he's created for himself?
Right.
That's all he's done, man. He been doing it. He been doing this bullshit for years. Why he got everybody up in the uproar. And I tell you what he gonna do. You know the biggest thing I've heard from black people that fuck with Donald Trump. You know what they said? He gonna hit us with a check. He gonna hit us with a couple $1,000s. Right. And they're gonna be happy with that. Right. And it's around tax time. So they don't get that. Hey man, listen. He made it so motherfucking people could get more taxes back on the income tax. I'm telling you, it's crazy that he know. Remember before he become president, right? Remember in a lot of the music, the rap songs. Remember when you stayed in the Trump Hotel, that was a sign of you had money, right? Right. Remember that now? He was in the lyrics. So that means that was a sign of prestige. That was a sign of wealth, right? So I've always been around minorities because they remember his wife is what ethnicity is his wife?
I think Ukrainian or something like that. She's somewhere over.
See something, right? But think about he's always had a good relationship with ethnicities, black people, Mexicans, Dominicans, all that, right? So he know what they want, what they like. You know what I mean? Think about the black people that talk him up, right? And be like, oh, I mess with Donald Trump. The root of it is it's all about some bread with the people. Right. It's all about some money. It's just like him changing the Kennedy, what's the name, right? That's the crazy shit in the world. And you know what's so crazy about that bullshit? A lot of white entertainers is not performing in the Kennedy Center no more, right?
Right, no.
You know what I'm saying? They canceled a lot of their shows, but the black motherfuckers, but see, I don't even want to trip on black people just make me mad because I be tired of hearing black motherfuckers talk about this man, but I'm out here listening to the black motherfuckers and I be like, are y'all really listening to what y'all saying? So y'all pretty much saying that if he give y'all some money, y'all gonna fuck with this dude, right? But y'all not looking at the bigger picture of what is he's creating because y'all talking about, oh, it's good because of the money, but y'all not looking at the people that he brought and put in place that's been to kill us. You know WWF wrestling, right? Right. Linda Hogan, that's Vince McMahon's wife. I mean Linda McMahon. She's over. You see who's over the board of education. This woman ain't never been in no goddamn politics. This woman been in motherfucking wrestling, entertainment, and this woman over education department for all our children. And people listen, and people not in the uproar about that. You got to.
You know how it get played.
I'm just saying. So what I'm saying is, while people up in the uproar about a variety of different things, y'all not looking at what's important. So you telling me the educational system is not important? I'm just saying. You know what I mean?
Right. No, I feel you.
I'm just saying. And I feel like I say, and I feel what people say. Of course, white people are mad because they would rather burn their hand. They would rather cut their hand off to see a black motherfucker standing on the same shoulder to shoulder with them. Right. There you go. They would rather see that. Right.
So let's continue on that note of what you just said, because white folk will fuck over niggas when they know they're getting something out the deal rather than them, or only them, exclusively them. So hold on, we're started up.
Insurrection, who makes fun of disabled people, who's so pitiful that he cheats on his wives, all three of them, 25 women. He's assaulted. The guy wears orange makeup and diapers. If that's your guy, because he represents one thing, make America white again. And for a lot of you men, it's the toxic masculinity, right? You just can't admit that you've been lied to your whole life, that America has never been great for everybody. Sure, take out the bad parts. Take out Jim Crow and slavery and the unaliving of Native Americans and segregation and Black Wall Street. Sure, just take out the bad parts and just take the fraction where it's benefited white people. If we don't address this, and if people like me don't speak up like this, whether we like it or not, this is our mess. We created this. Think of it this way, and I'll leave you with this thought. I build a house, okay? This house is brand new. A black family moves into it, okay? Great, it's wonderful. It starts to get cracks in the walls and the ceilings, and it sags. They come in, they look at it, and they find out that the foundation is broken, okay? That it wasn't poured correctly. It wasn't meant to hold the weight of that house. It was designed poorly. Is it up to the homeowner to fix that house? No, it's up to the person that built the house. Us, white men, the only demographic that has never been oppressed, the demographic that it was designed to support.
Yep.
Whether I like it or not, I have privilege. I don't want it, but I have it. So we have two options, people. We can hide behind it and clutch our pearls and bitch and whine and say, oh my gosh, it's so bad. Or we can use it to stand up and do the right thing and to tear down the patriarchy. Because white supremacy, right now, the one good thing that came out of Harris losing was that now we're forced to address the ugliness in the darkness in this country, which is white supremacy. Which path are you going to choose? How is history going to remember you?
The reality is that anti-black racism has cost white America more than it has cost black America in many ways. Because you built a society where you were so obsessed with keeping black people down that you refused to build systems that would help everyone. You refused universal health care because black people would benefit. You refused to fund public schools because black children would be educated. You refused to invest in infrastructure because black communities would improve. And now, your communities are dying. Your children are overdosing. Your hospitals are closing. Your schools are failing. And you're wondering why. It's because you chose racism over progress. You chose hatred over health. You chose white supremacy over your own survival. And now, you're paying the price. Clip ends. You chose racism over progress. That's the line. That's the whole truth in one sentence. Because that's exactly what happened.
Nothing captures viewers' attention more than a whiteboard video. The most exciting news is that this...
At every single turn
let me ask you something right quick.
Hold on. Choice.
Go ahead.
How do the people in the DR view the United States?
How many what now?
How many people where you live at, what do they say about what's going on over here?
You talking about the original people of America?
No. I'm talking about what's going on today. What do they what do they say? What's the conversation like?
Oh, for the Dominican talking about America?
Yeah, what do they say?
They don't really talk about it that much, other than if they see something on TV, like somebody getting white boy killing a lot of people in the school. They talk about that because that shit don't happen here. Let me put it in more of a correct perspective. White folk do what they want to do when they want to do it, how they want to do it, and say what they want to say in America, right?
Right.
When they come here, Red, man, they're all nice and polite and pleasant and have a nice even tone to their voice. Because I speak English and I speak Spanish too, just like any native
Right,
Dominican with the Dominican slang.
right,
So when I'm talking to them, they're like, I don't say whole lot. I be acting like I don't speak English, kind of like broken English, just to
right,
see what they're gonna say and do. But
right.
these motherfuckers, man, you will never ever see a white motherfucker getting off that boat talking about nigga this, nigga that, nigga. They get their ass whooped.
But you know what's so crazy though? It's
Right,
so crazy because all the like they'll say all that negativity they was talking about the Dominican Republic, right? Like with the
right,
Bad Bunny shit and all that, right? It's crazy.
right.
But it's only here how much hatred really goes on, right?
Yeah, of
We
course.
we promote hatred so much. Like when I was in Canada, right? People wasn't talking
Yeah.
about the politics and stuff, and wasn't even talking. Like you said, they was talking about the killing, but they was like, "Damn, that
Mhm.
shit crazy." But
Right,
it's so crazy, and that's why I tell people you have to get out and explore, right?
right.
Because what we see so much news all day, every day, right? And it's
Hmm.
so depressing. And then they want you to believe this country so bad and this
Right, right,
place so bad, and they only show the bad parts of my country, right? Like even the Dominican Republic, they'll only show the worst places it is there, right? But they don't
right,
show the beautiful parts. They don't say, well, they got a beautiful ocean or beautiful waterfall, and they only say how the women is you better be careful messing. That's anywhere though. It's bad.
right,
It's bad as hell here. The women is bad here, right? Or
right,
this is bad here, or this is bad to deter you from going somewhere, right?
right,
But
right,
it's just crazy that how in other countries it's not nothing like that. It's not
right,
depressing because the news,
right,
you know what I'm saying? News ain't like the topic of discussion. The politics, everybody not talking about the politics shit, right? But it's just crazy how, like I say, how the white people put up the smoke and mirrors.
hmm hmm
I mean,
hmm
it's like you see Donald Trump going to sleep in meetings, right?
right,
Man, how the fuck y'all don't really emphasize on nothing like that, right?
hmm
Or this motherfucker can't even remember what the fuck the topic was, right? And then y'all just say, oh no, he's okay, he's all right, or he'll forget some important shit, right? Oh no,
right,
he's all right, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, right? And
hmm
then that's why I say with these politicians, this shit has scared the shit out of me because I did not know. Only thing I would know about politicians was how corrupt motherfuckers was, right?
hmm
I didn't know how stupid these people are. These are some of the most dumbest people in the world, and these are people that help write the laws.
And we elected them over us. That's
Yes,
the
yes, yes. All these black motherfuckers, that's what I'm saying. All these black motherfuckers killed me. I'm like, wow, because you know what's so crazy? On some real shit, the
right.
way Donald Trump got in, it was white and black men.
hmm hmm
That's how he
hmm
won. That's how he won, man. And I swear to God, it was some white women, but a lot of white women period,
Right,
did not vote for this dude. It was white
right,
and black men that voted for
right,
Donald Trump is the reason why this man is in office.
right. I can't say anything different than that. So
I don't understand it.
right.
Yeah,
Ignorance,
man.
falling for the okie doke,
Yeah, man. And I
false
don't. Yeah,
promise.
I didn't understand how they thought that him getting back in office, because you know what, I don't understand it basically, because the coronavirus that's like once in a lifetime things that happen, right?
Right.
Man, that history is not gonna repeat itself.
Of course not, because we're not
But
gonna be dumb enough to go along to get along with that
man,
bullshit.
motherfuckers not gonna get all that money no more.
Right.
Man, motherfuckers not
Right.
gonna get all that free Lincoln shit. Motherfuckers not gonna get all
Mhm.
that big old unemployment checks. Motherfuckers not
Right.
gonna be able to stay home from work. You know what I'm saying? That shit over with.
hmm Yeah,
Yeah, that shit
yeah, yeah.
crazy.
It's just amazing to me how, I guess if you hear it long enough and long enough, over and over and over again, you're gonna believe it.
Well, you know what? Well, I never believed it. I just say, well,
Mm,
everybody has their own opinion and their own philosophy about life. I just feel like when I hear stupid stuff, I just can't believe it. I don't believe the stupid stuff, right? And that,
right,
but that's just me. I don't care how many times you try to tell me certain stuff, right? If I know
right,
it, that's not what I feel. Because
right,
I'm hard headed, right?
right,
If I know it's not true, I'm just not gonna believe the stupidity of people, right?
right,
I'm not gonna sit up here and I know if somebody don't like me, I'm not gonna try to engage conversation with them, right? If I don't have
right,
to. If I have to
right,
work with somebody that's racist, I'm gonna say little as possible, right? If I know
right,
that I could change something, I'm gonna get out here and try to make the situation better, right? I'm not gonna just go with the flow because everybody else feel like, hey, this is what the right thing to do. No, I feel like if you feel strong enough about it, then you need to do something about it. If that's how you feel.
right. No, you're right. You're right. Let's wind up, however you say it, wind up
Yeah,
this,
yeah.
and we'll be right back.
Okay.
They could build a society that worked for everyone, or they could maintain racial hierarchy. And every single time, they chose hierarchy. In the 1930s, when Franklin Roosevelt proposed Social Security, Southern Democrats demanded that domestic workers and agricultural laborers be excluded. Why? Because those were the jobs most black people had, so they excluded them. And in doing so, they also excluded millions of poor white people who worked those same jobs. In the 1940s, when the GI Bill was passed, Southern states administered it through local officials who denied benefits to black veterans. But in doing so, they also created a system so corrupt and inefficient that many white veterans didn't get their full benefits either. In the 1960s, when Medicare and Medicaid were proposed, white Southerners fought against it because it would integrate hospitals. They would rather have no health care than share health care with black people. And now, decades later, the states with the worst healthcare outcomes are the same Southern states that fought integration. This is the pattern. This has always been the pattern. White people were so obsessed with keeping black people down that they sabotaged their own progress. They cut off their own nose to spite their face. They burned down their own house to make sure black people couldn't live in it. And now the house is gone. And they're standing in the ashes, wondering what happened. Now let me reveal the hypocrisy, because this is where it gets really clear. MAGA loves to talk about making America great again. They love to romanticize the 1950s when America was supposedly at its peak. Strong economy, growing middle class, prosperity for everyone. But here's what they don't tell you. The 1950s were only great for white people because the government was actively investing in them. The GI Bill sent white veterans to college. The Federal Housing Administration gave white families mortgages. The interstate highway system connected white suburbs to white jobs. The government was building a social safety net, investing in infrastructure, creating opportunity. But all of that was racially exclusive. Black people were systematically denied access. And when the civil rights movement forced integration, when black people demanded equal access to those same programs, white people dismantled them. They didn't want to share, so they destroyed the whole system. According to research by economist Heather McGhee in her book, The Sum of Us, after public pools were integrated in the 1960s, white communities across the South literally filled them with concrete rather than let black children swim in them. They would rather have no pool than share a pool.
I want to challenge you to create a $373 a day online income with me, 100% live.
That's not just racism. That's self-destruction. That's choosing hatred over your own well-being. And that same mentality has shaped every policy decision since. Cut funding for public schools because black kids go there. Oppose universal health care because black people would benefit. Refuse to raise the minimum wage because black workers would get a raise. Oppose student debt relief because black graduates have the most debt. Every single time, white people have chosen to hurt themselves rather than help black people. And now they're suffering the consequences. And they're furious that someone finally said it out loud. Now let me connect this to the system, because this is not just about individual choices. This is about how white supremacy operates. White supremacy is not just hatred. It's a system that prioritizes racial hierarchy over collective well-being. It's a system that would rather see everyone suffer than see black people succeed. It's a system that measures success not by how well you're doing, but by how much better you're doing than black people. And that system is unsustainable, because you can't build a healthy society on hatred. You can't create prosperity by excluding people. You can't maintain infrastructure by defunding public goods. You can't have a strong economy when you're systematically denying opportunity to a significant portion of the population. According to a study by Citigroup in 2020, anti-black racism has cost the U.S. economy $16 trillion over the past 20 years. $16 trillion. That's money lost because of discrimination in housing, education, employment, and lending. That's money that could have been invested in communities, in businesses, in innovation. But instead, it was lost. Because white supremacy is expensive. It costs everyone, including white people. Now, let me anchor this in flesh and blood, because this is not abstract. This is real. Think about the white family in rural America whose hospital just closed because the state refused to expand Medicaid. Why did the state refuse? Because expanding Medicaid would help black people. So they refused. And now, white families have to drive 2 hours to get emergency care. Think about the white student who can't afford college because the state cut funding for public universities. Why did they cut funding? Because they didn't want to invest in schools that black students attend. So they cut funding for everyone. And now, white students are drowning in debt. Think about the white worker whose factory closed and moved overseas. Why did it move? Because corporations were allowed to prioritize profit over people. And why were they allowed? Because white workers were told that unions were for black people, that worker protections were socialism, that collective bargaining was un-American. So they voted against their own interests. And now, they have no jobs. This is what anti-black racism does. It doesn't just hurt black people, it destroys everyone. Now let me do a moral audit, because this is not just economics. This is righteousness. In Galatians 6 verse 7 it says, "Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows." In other words, you cannot build a society on hatred and expect it to flourish. You cannot sow injustice and reap prosperity. You cannot oppress people and expect to be blessed. The collapse of white America is not a mystery. It's not bad luck. It's not globalization or immigration or cultural decline. It's the inevitable consequence of building a society on anti-black racism. You reap what you sow. And white America sowed hatred. And now they're reaping collapse. Now let me speak directly to my black family, because this is for you. When white people collapse, they're going to try to blame us. They're going to say it's because of diversity, because of affirmative action, because of immigration, because of welfare, because of crime. They're going to say it's our fault, but it's not. It never was. Their collapse is the result of their own choices, their own hatred, their own refusal to build a society that works for everyone. And we don't need to feel sorry for them. We don't need to save them. We don't need to fix what they broke. What we need to do is protect ourselves, build our own systems, invest in our own communities, create our own wealth, because their collapse is going to get worse before it gets better. And we need to make sure we're not caught in the rubble. Now, let me close with this. MAGA is furious because a white man told them the truth. He told them that anti-black racism is the reason they're failing, that their obsession with keeping black people down has destroyed their own communities, that they chose hatred over progress, and now they're paying the price. And they can't handle it, because deep down, they know he's right. They know that every time they voted against universal health care, they hurt themselves. They know that every time they opposed public education funding, they hurt their own children. They know that every time they chose racism over progress, they chose their own destruction. But admitting that would require accountability. It would require looking in the mirror and accepting responsibility. And they're not ready to do that. So instead, they're furious. They're attacking the messenger. They're doubling down on hatred. But it won't work, because the truth is out. The collapse is happening, and no amount of anger can change that. All right, family, that's where I'm leaving it today. If this video made you see the system more clearly, if it helped you understand how anti-black racism destroys everyone, if it gave you language for what you've been witnessing, then drop a like right now. Leave a comment and let me know your thoughts. Do you think white America's collapse is inevitable? What do you think happens next? And make sure you share this video, because people need to hear this. People need to understand that anti-black racism doesn't just hurt black people. It destroys everyone who participates in it. And don't forget to subscribe, because we're going to keep documenting the collapse. We're going to keep exposing the system. We're going to keep telling the truth. Until next time, stay woke, stay blessed, and remember, you reap what you sow. Peace.
Hold on. ¿Qué? El gato trae. ¿Dónde estaba? Por abajo hay un paloma muerto.
No, solamente las plumas.
¿Ah?
Solamente las plumas.
Red. Yeah, our cat brought in what appeared to be a dead bird, but brought in the feathers.
Oh, I know what gato mean. You know, I know a little Spanish. I'm like, oh, they got cats over there. Yeah, like I said, yeah, I've been doing the Duolingo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So what do you think about that video?
But you know what though? But if you look at it, that's been going on for so long to basically kill anything that's productive, pro-black, and being productive for black people. That all the diversity programs that you see what they do, how they just did that right now. They were saying, I mean, again, and the crazy part about it is though, it backfired because a lot of women got their jobs far as that diversity programs, right?
There you go. DEI and what's the other one?
I forgot. Right. Yeah, because they remember that it was crazy because it was helping more women and a lot of white women than anything else. Because you know what I'm saying? And it backfired. You see, and that was the craziest thing. And did because I know that was Target that did it, and a few more other stores that did it. They were talking about the diversity program. We're gonna stop it, but it was so many women that lost their job because that was the only way that they was able to get them kind of jobs.
And what did they say when they got fired? I'm not black.
Right, I'm not black. But it was crazy though. But this is the crazy thing what I didn't understand about women, right? In general.
Right.
He was so disrespectful about women. The man already said I'm gonna grab by the pussy, right? I mean, some real shit. He was so he was so disrespectful about women that it was beyond me of how they still voted for him. You know what I'm saying?
Because
I mean, he was so disrespectful. I'm talking about and that's what I mean about white people. Like the people said, you still will go for the worst pick, the worst situation in terms of still trying to fuck black people in the long run. This was the worst pick y'all could have made. Y'all knew how this man felt about women, and y'all still voted this motherfucker in office. Oh my God. So I was telling people, man, don't cry about it now. Don't cry about this shit now. Because y'all knew what y'all was getting from dude.
Right.
Man, I can't wait to come see you. Look, I can't wait to come see you, man.
They're gonna be lit. They're gonna be lit.
I can't wait to come see you. Hey, I just need to talk to you off air though, because I just need to ask you a couple of things though.
Okay, no problem. Hold on.
Yeah.
So let's get through this one. We're gonna run it all the way through. Then we're gonna get to the real deal of what tonight's episode is all about. And like the man said, you reap what you sow. And white folk cannot see the forest before the trees. All of what they did. And I say during my podcast, I say white folks' death certificate has already been signed, sealed, and delivered by their ancestors already.
Yeah.
They can't escape it. They can't escape it. And they will never know another day's peace in their mind, and their hearts shall run with
Hey,
fear.
hey, you know what?
And right.
That day of that motherfucking apple pie shit gone.
Mm-hmm,
Ain't no more motherfucking apple pie. Apple pie shit gone.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they
And
ain't getting no kind of that shit.
right, and I say, Red, from this day forward, it's gonna get worse and worse for you motherfuckers because you are in this shit. All you done was brought the 4 Ds to the table of humanity: death, destruction, disease, and despair. And so when you see a when you see a white boy, when you see a black man, black woman, black child, black people, and you walking past them, you better hold your motherfucking head down. Because if you don't, and you start looking at us in the eye, you're going to die. That's just some
Yeah.
real shit. That ain't no fake shit. They killing these motherfuckers all up and down and around in Europe and down in America.
Yeah.
The the,
But you
the Muslims ain't playing.
but you know what though? But
Mm-hmm.
just same on the strength as a black person, they better start doing it to Latinos too though.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They gonna have
And,
to. They're gonna have to.
and nobody, yeah, they ain't nobody. Trump can't save them.
No, they're gonna have
Ain't
they're gonna
nobody saving white folks no more.
no, they're gonna
Cause
they're
we
gonna
tired.
yeah,
We tired.
they're gonna have to do it. And that's why I say one thing. If black people, Latinos ever just stop learning, if we could just learn how to sit up here and get along with one another, right? Then
Mm-hmm.
that's a combination, right?
Right.
And that's because and
You
it's
would
like
think. You would think.
yeah, you would think that would be a match made in heaven, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we go through so many things, but
Right.
even with the Latinos, man, I say I don't even understand it. Like, yeah, they treating black people crazy, but shit, they was treating Latinos worse. And motherfucking
Right.
Latinos still voting for the motherfuckers. Motherfucking
And still
Latinos
going.
like, man, motherfucking
And
Latinos
now,
like, man, look, motherfucking Latinos like, man, I don't give a fuck. Them illegal motherfuckers, fuck them people. I'm like, wow. Motherfuckers like, man, I don't give a fuck. Even if I get deported, I'm still voting for them. I said, wow. Oh, Gato, what's his Gato name?
that's the cat. That's the cat.
I know. I said, what's his name?
Oh
El
no,
Gato.
it's a her. It's a
Oh,
her. Tita.
El Gato. El
Yeah,
Gato.
but man, yeah, it's some wild shit, man. This is why I always say white folks just fucking nuttier than a fruitcake, man.
Yeah, it's like I say,
They're not smart at all. They think
no,
they're smart.
no, and that's the thing though. They been this way for so long. That's why it's like
It's hard to let go.
it's hard to understand them with they way of thinking because they this so right. Let me ask you. So this to me this sums it up for me for white people. How
Right,
many now you know motherfuckers used to have hamsters as pets, right?
right.
Shit like that. How many motherfuckers you know ever had a big ass rat as a pet? Even a white mouse, right?
Right, right.
Hey man, how many motherfuckers you know that got rats as pets?
And many. And I'm gonna go even further than that, Red. You know what I mean? White folks are up here fucking each other in the ass, sucking each other dick, having sex in group, while listen to me, while they are pissing and shitting on each other, eating and drinking the piss, vomiting it back up, and having sex in it again. Remember, a long time ago, I didn't believe it, and I think I told you, or you told me about it.
What's that?
At the two girls in a cup.
Yeah, man, listen. Did this shit, right? See, my thing is that a lot of that stuff is just basically coming to light, right?
Right,
Because it's like even with the homosexual shit, right? Like I
right,
say, it's to each his own. Each his own, right?
right, right,
But that just goes to show you, even like in white Hollywood, right? In Hollywood,
right, right.
Rock Hudson was a sex symbol.
Mm-hmm.
Gay as
Yeah.
fuck. Gay the motherfucker,
Right.
right?
Right.
They it's like the motherfuckers still talk about Elvis is the king of rock and roll, right? But
Right.
it's already been proven that he stole his moves from
Of
a
course.
black motherfucker. And they say, what is it? Is it Chuck Berry? He's like supposed to be. I forgot who they said. It's a real authentic, a real king of rock and roll, right? Like they never give like Lil Richie his props, no shit like that, right? I'm just saying.
Mhm.
So, like you say, everything that white people in a sense has created, it's like they've stolen from somebody else. Hola,
Hola,
¿cómo está?
bien, ¿y usted?
I'm okay. That's as much I know Petito. Just a little bit I know. Look, tell I know a little bit.
Ah,
How you doing?
I'm fine, you?
I'm okay. I was telling I'm coming to visit. I'm coming to visit soon, okay?
El dijo el babita.
Ah, okay.
En marzo, abril, mayo.
Okay.
Okay. She said, I bet.
Right.
Tell her come to give me a baby mama. Tell her that too.
Yeah. So, hold on. So, let's go on to the next one because I don't want to be on for too much longer. All the other ones are not that long. Hold on.
I feel
Let
you.
me see first. That was 16. This one is 11. This one is 13. We're doing good. And this one is 13. So, this going to be the longest one that's left. Let's get to it. I'm going to let it run through.
Okay, all right.
I don't care. That's an inappropriate word. Can you say that again? That is very inappropriate.
Can you say that again? Hey, you're brave enough. Say the word again.
What's the deal? Yeah.
You too. Say it again.
Say anything. Thank
Say
you.
it again.
I didn't say
Then it's none of your business.
Excuse me?
Walk
You
away.
just start with
Damn.
Oh, didn't you just say it? Yeah. No, don't hide your faces. Don't.
I don't know why. Oh, I'm not hiding my
Don't.
face. I ain't shook.
Like he didn't do anything to
He's not-
you.
he's not
You
even-
slur
that's not his job.
racist words.
I don't give a fuck. Give a fuck. Beat it.
Say it. Say it.
Enough.
Say it again.
Enough.
Yeah, say it again. Why are you walking away then?
I'll ask you guys to leave if you can't settle down.
They need to leave. This man is just doing his job. He's just doing his job. And you're being a
I'm not
fucking
talking
racist.
to you.
You and your friends
I'm
are
trying to
just
talk.
Imagen movida y con ruido. Fotorpea. Potencia y aclara.
racist.
I'm trying to talk to an
Why
employee
you saying
here.
shit to him?
I'm trying to talk to an employee here.
Racist.
You see
Say
that?
that shit. Say it
No.
again. He's so
I don't know what you're recording.
That's your friend, right?
He's
Where did
actually
he
my
go?
fiance.
Oh, that makes
That's
it
my
better.
fiance.
Yeah, that makes it better, right?
This is my fiance. No, let's go. No, I'm getting my snap.
This man is just doing his job. And you're here calling him the N-word. You're here being a racist.
He's not.
Walk away. Get out. Oh, okay. Walk away. Yeah. Say it again.
Essentially, I reported this incident to the police, and they basically said that even though they're saying racial slurs, technically there's nothing that they could do about it unless the guy had, or those lowlives had physically tried to push me or verbally threatened me. So it doesn't matter that they use racial slurs, not just on the security guard who was just trying to do his job, but also to me. So anyway, the police basically said to still send them the video so that they have it on their records, which I did. These guys are just simply low lives and they got nothing better to do. But I just couldn't stand there and watch the security guard get harassed over and over and over again by these guys. Like they were just really, really horrible to him.
I want you to leave this neighborhood right now. I don't care what business you have in this place. Leave. Go.
Girl, you are not running nothing but your raggedy ass mouth with your old ass.
I want you out of this neighborhood. You are a private property.
Girl, shut up, shit. You don't want shit but this little bitty ass duplex right here that you live in with your slow, retarded ass. How old are you? 100? You look like you're an MHMR. Girl, shut up. I'm not. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. What you gonna do if I no? What you gonna do if I don't? You just trying to get attention. Why you can't control your eyes? Why you looking everywhere? I don't care what you want. I want you to go straighten them eyes out, but you ain't straightened them out. I want you to go straighten your crossed eyes out. And don't give yourself a heart attack, you little old lady. I want you to leave that property right now. Leave.
Business do you have in this neighborhood?
None of your mother business. I can tell you that. You ain't paying me. Why are you standing out here? Why you don't have your ass at work or at a nursing home? Why? Why are you here?
In this neighborhood.
It don't matter. Are you the police?
No.
Can you go call the police on me, please? Please go call the police on me so I can leave. Can you go call the police?
I want you to leave my neighborhood.
This is not your. You don't own all these houses over here. You need to take your ass to the country with that 1941 shit. Do you have? You really sitting up here doing that shit you see on TV? Is your name Karen? Cause you acting like one. With them raggedy ass sketchers you got on, with that hand on that branch, girl. What? Can you please call the police on me, please? Please.
I want to know.
I'm about to call them.
In this neighborhood, do you need to be at?
Don't worry about it. I'm gonna sit right here at yours.
And the street.
The block number, girl. You need to shut your dumb ass up.
What address you need to be at in this neighborhood?
Girl, you is stupid ass.
Black Americans are standing up for themselves in situations where they were disrespected or faced racism. And one thing is very clear: gone are the days of staying quiet, and a lot of them are saying it plainly. Look, we are not our grandparents. This is a new generation, and disrespect will not be tolerated. Before I play the clips, make sure you like this video and subscribe. Let's get into it.
You a cold bitch, what you is. Evil. Put on the right shirt. Walk your ass up inside your house. I will literally move here on purpose for you.
Oh, good.
You're ready? Right. No, I don't care. And I don't care. Hey, and let's show UPS what you said. What you said about welfare?
What does it matter?
What you asking about welfare? More white people is on EBT anyway. It was started for you guys. So take you and your little slip into your house. I will purposely move here for you. You and your dog. And I got a chow for that one. All the school shootings, all the school shootings, all pedophiles, all the incest. Cousin is actually your brother. You want a house. Next. Goodbye.
Make it a habit. A 10-minute AI routine every morning. You'll be unrecognizable by Christmas.
Right
Yeah, this Walmart
You
right
turn
here.
me into corporate.
This Walmart, yeah.
Because unless you spend money, we don't need.
Oh, I'm not spending money. Am I? Because I'm black. What do we do? Because I'm black.
The people tonight I've had to chase away because they think Walmart is a playground.
What did I do? Hold on. Let me say this. What did I do to make this a playground, ma'am? What have I done to make this a playground?
Come in and browse.
And backpacks.
I asked them if
Yeah,
they take their
and
backpacks.
then we have a problem.
You
can't assume. No, but let her talk. Let her prepare herself.
Listen, I asked them to take their backpacks out, and
I will not have him treating me like that. If you don't stand up, you've got superior
No.
answer to.
No.
Now you take care of him.
No, Mary, I'll
okay.
take care of you.
No,
Wow. Oh, this
you've
going
got
on.
superior standards.
What?
He
Let her talk.
will not
You.
treat me like this.
No, I'm the customer. You the worker.
That money there.
I'm the customer. I got money. More money than you make. What you talking about? What you want to take it?
Drug money.
Oh, now we got. I'm a customer.
You're more than welcome to.
Drug money.
Drug money? I don't sell drugs. Now I sell drugs.
Hold on, let me finish. Nothing is going on. Okay, I deal with customers on a daily basis That's profiling. And what she did, do you have something I can help you with? For her to come up and approach us like that in that manner, that is not right.
Excuse me, ma'am. I don't.
So if she don't get fired, hold on, wait a minute. Us coming in here laughing automatically makes us drug dealers and shoppers. Because that's what you assuming. The dude I shop with, anything?
You know,
all right, so I'm like,
no idea who we are.
Mary, I need to walk away from friends. This is all
wow, even if go against the manager.
to this.
You gonna yell at your manager and call me a drug dealer? I guarantee she don't get in trouble. I never attacked you, Mary. All I told you to do is don't talk to me. I'm a customer. I'm not a teenager. I'm not no kid. Exactly. I'm not in here trying to knock stuff down. Nothing.
If you did come in here to steal, you still don't get treated that way.
Exactly. True.
I mean, I'm pretty sure.
I never had this happen in my life. You can't just stereotype just because we come in here. I came in here to get something. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't just. You the what she said, the fifth, third group that. And I didn't do nothing because they did they? Did you have reports of that? You know what I'm saying? So she just scaring customers. What is she yelling in the store? Yeah. You don't argue with customers.
I told you I was gonna catch you, bro. Say sorry for saying nigga. Say sorry for saying nigga. I'm dead ass, bro. Say sorry for saying nigga, bro. I'm not playing, nigga. Say sorry for saying nigga.
Just step aside. It's cold. Thank you. How you doing? Nice. So, a couple days ago, you left a comment under somebody's comment section. Do you remember that, by any chance? It was regarding Tennessee District 7. Yeah, well, John, you don't know me. I don't know you. But I was that person that you commented under. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Crazy world. But I just wanted you to know, you see how easy I found you? It's not cool, right? Yeah, so I'm going to give you the opportunity and apologize, or I'm going to show your wife the ground that account I found. How do you feel about that? Right. It's crazy world out here. So I did make this apology. You know, you don't have to. I understand it's hard, but all you have to do is read this nice little apology I wrote. Thank you. Go ahead.
Mike.
Uh-huh.
Do apologize for my actions.
Uh-huh.
Here's the consequences of my actions.
Uh-huh.
I will not do
Say it louder.
I will not do this to anyone else ever again.
Oh, good job, Mike. Thank you. I'll take that back from you. Yeah, I need that for other people. It was really nice meeting you.
And the woman who drove 3 hours to confront the man who left a racist comment under her video is dead the fuck wrong. Because why would she go confront him like that and not invite me to go with her? Not only did she confront him in person to show him how easy it was for her to find him, but she made him read aloud an apology to her that she had written for his actions.
Oh.
She ate that. I've said this before, there should be a TV show where people who leave racist, homophobic, misogynistic, any sort of bigoted comment, they should be confronted in person, because I know for 99% of you who leave comments like this, if you were confronted in person, you would be as quiet as J.Lo songs would be if she didn't steal vocals from Black women. We have to make racists afraid again. They have this newfound boldness because of the wannabe dictator or dictator, depending on the day in office. But for the majority of them, their boldness begins and ends behind the keyboard. Let this be a friendly reminder, and I'm going to hold your hand with an napkin routine when I say this. You're not as anonymous as you might think you might be online. One day, y'all are going to meet the right one.
Stop! Let me tell you about the Instadoodle Christmas offer.
This woman is a hero and an inspiration to all, because what do you mean she drove 3 hours to confront a man that left a hateful comment underneath one of her videos? Apparently the comment was very racist, derogatory, and threatened her life. So Miss Ma'am took matters into her own hands and took her power back by pulling the ultimate power move on this dude. Y'all, she found out where he worked and pulled him at the man's job! She quite literally said, look, I'm gonna give you the option to say sorry by reading the apology letter that I wrote, or else I'm gonna tell your wife about the Grindr profile I found. Ooh, Ooh, I know Mike ain't sleeping for a long time after this. And I just want y'all to know that she strategically took that apology letter back on camera to send a warning signal to anybody else that wants to be a Mike, because she ain't the one or the two. Y'all are gonna learn to stop being hateful online, because some people ain't got nothing but time and will make an example out of you. Although I will say, even though I did find this entertaining, y'all, please don't do this, because even though it turned out well for her, that doesn't mean it'll turn out well for you. I'm assuming a lot of people have been hitting her up in both good and bad ways since the story went viral, because she did private her account. As you can see, I did send her a follow request because I found out that she follows me. So hopefully she accepts it so we can be mutuals, because hello, this diva is my new idol.
You're rude, abrupt. I'm a rude, I'm vivid, I'm urban, I'm everything that you don't want me to be.
Probably ain't seen nobody like you yet. Oh, you have? But guess what? I see more people like you, Karen. I see more people like you. What? You think I look pretty? But you see the very come out of me, darling.
Oh, I know, I can see that everywhere.
Yes. Thank you, darling.
It is clear as that day. One more person. Wow, I know. That is amazing. Everybody's drinking lunch when I go to you.
Yeah, I am racist. Are you serious? 100%. So you just don't like white people as a whole?
No, I don't. I grew up in the South. I live in North Carolina, and it's just like the worst thing to be. I have a black son. I don't want my son to come home with no white woman at all. He know better.
Do you tell him that?
Yes.
How old's your son?
21.
And he's not allowed to date?
Not he could date who he want, but they can't come in my house, and I'm not gonna have no parts of it. I don't want no mixed babies. I want a black baby grandchild. That's what I want.
Yeah.
But other people could do whatever they want. Black people are really racist.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
You seem to disagree with her.
I feel like it's not okay to be racist.
It is okay to be racist,
but white people have made it where it's so easy to be racist. White people have put that foundation down, and it's just normal.
Are you sure you live here? Oh, okay. You have ID? Do you have ID? Sir. You don't have ID? Yeah, come on here and talk to me real quick. Yeah, it's been a string of robberies, and the description kind of fits you.
Yeah. How am I this?
No. Yeah, come step out. Yeah. But I don't care about this. This little mad look. I don't care about that. Get your out of here. I told you what I'm doing. Yeah, you lucky. Do you live here?
Yeah.
I've never seen you before.
Yeah.
What's your name?
Kara.
Kara?
Yeah.
Okay. I know everybody that lives here.
Oh,
yeah? Yeah.
You live here?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Like 4 years.
Yeah, well, I've been here, 5 or so.
5 years? Okay. Yeah. You said what? Pass out across? Okay. You sure you live here? All right. That's crazy. Well, it's been a string of robberies, so they've been scamming. They've been printing out those. You haven't heard the building? It's crazy. Yeah. So I've been making sure everybody, like, you have to make sure everybody that comes in here, you have to be like, do you live here? Because they scamming right now. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Seriously,
Hold on.
So I switched to Whisper Plus. Here's why I'll never go back. First off,
All right. Excuse me. Do you guys have the receipt for your food?
No, unfortunately.
Yeah, so there's a problem. We don't think that you bought that. We don't think that you bought that food, and since you don't have your receipt, we're gonna have to go back inside. We're gonna have to go back inside. Yeah, where are you from?
Germany.
Oh yeah, can I see some ID?
No.
You don't have an ID?
No.
I don't believe you're here. Where are you from? Where are you from?
I'm from London.
London? Okay. And where are you originally from?
England.
England? Okay, you're one of the good ones. You're not. You are the good one. You're not. Germany. We're gonna, and I'm gonna be watching you guys this whole time while you're eating.
Okay, that's good.
All right? Because we don't believe that you bought that.
Right?
Because you don't have a receipt.
No.
All right. So isn't that a little suspicious? Is that not a little suspicious?
Is this your comedy channel?
Is this not a little suspicious? All right. You have your hotel card?
I don't.
Well, you need that to enter, or you can show me your receipt. You can show me your receipt, or you can show me your hotel card to go up. I'm not going up. I'm gonna be watching you. Excuse me, man. We having people leave their bags at the front door because we don't want anybody stealing. We having people leave their bags at the so that you won't put anything in there. No. I will call security on you. Okay, 1 second. Hey man, how you doing? Doing a little shopping?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I love your hair. Can I touch it?
I'm sorry.
Oh, you gotta leave? Oh, okay.
No,
I'll see you.
it's not.
All right. What do you put in your shampoo? How do you wash it and get it like that? Is that a wig?
No.
Are you sure I can't?
No.
Oh. Excuse me, sir. They gave me an extra coleslaw, and I didn't want to waste it. I wanted to give it to somebody in need. I just, it's cool. I'm trying to be good holidays. I'm trying to have a good spirit. I'm trying to have a good spirit. I'm trying to have good spirit. So, I'm trying to have good spirit. Okay. See, I try to get somebody in need. I don't work here, so I don't know that. Wow, bro, you so articulate. Where you from? Yeah, you. Are you from Chicago? Oh, how like your forefathers? Are you just straight? I mean, like generation. Yeah, but what are like? Germany and Czech. Okay. How about you? I just say black. First generation. Yeah. No. I've been here my whole. Yeah. Yeah. Where you work at? Where do I work? Like, what do you do for work? Yeah. Excuse me, sir. Is this the only color that y'all have in here? Are he not helping you?
No.
I'm not working. I have no idea.
I thought you were helping her. Oh, yeah. Where y'all from? Y'all Polish? Are these the only colors that y'all have in here? These three colors?
Oh, actually, I'm shopping too.
You're shopping too? Oh my God! Wow, where you from? Okay. Excuse me, is this all the colors that y'all have here?
No.
Oh my God! You're so articulate.
People are no longer shrinking themselves to make others comfortable. They are saying, "You will not disrespect me, okay? You will not take me for granted." And I think this is such an important shift. Now, Black Americans are choosing to protect their peace. They are addressing racism in real time, setting boundaries, and making it clear that respect is non negotiable. Personally, I think this is growth. Standing up for yourself doesn't mean you're angry or problematic. It just means you're self-aware. The video that really stood out to me was the Black American man who decided to flip the script completely. He basically did a role reversal, treating white people the same way Black people are often treated, just to see their reactions. And the reactions were very telling. It's more like, let me put you in the same position and see how it feels. And what you noticed immediately was discomfort, confusion. Some were offended, even though that same behavior is usually normalized when it's directed at Black people. Sometimes people don't really understand something until they experience it themselves, and that's what that video showed. So it's just basically making people step into shoes they have, never had to wear. This generation is standing on business firmly, and honestly, I think that's powerful. It's about saying, if you wouldn't like this done to you, then maybe it shouldn't be done to anyone else. Now, I want to hear from you. How would you personally handle disrespect or racism if it came your way? Drop your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like this video if it resonated with you, and subscribe for more honest conversations like this. I'll see you in the next one.
You got any thoughts on that one, player?
No, he just basically flipped the racial profile up.
Right, but it's in reverse. You know what I mean? So
Right.
So yeah, okay, all right. So we're gonna go on to the next one. Now this one, as you know, France got kicked out of Africa. France is being ran by the pale skin who took over Europe. who took over Germany, who took over Scotland, who took over Ireland, who took over Sweden. And like I was saying before, there was a massive wave of the pale skinned Tamahu Yurugu that came into our Holy Roman Empire and our kingdoms of Europe, because all of those kings and queens were black. So bringing it up to the present day, like 150 years ago, France went into Algeria, and which is in the northern part of Africa, and just decimated, not only physically but mentally. So let's get into it. 16 minutes long. I'll let it run on through.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to History and Legacy Africa. Listen carefully. The Sahel fire has turned into a North African inferno. Yesterday, I brought you the news that Algeria has officially passed a law criminalizing French colonization. French rule in Algeria is no longer described as a mission or civilization. It is now legally recognized as a crime against humanity. The Algerian government is demanding an official apology and reparation from France immediately. Under Algeria's new law, the 132 years of French rule over them are legally recognized as a crime against humanity. From this moment on, anyone who tries to justify colonial violence, anyone who tries to glorify the good old days of French rule, or anyone who denies the massacres of the Algerian people will be facing the full force of the law. The Algerian government has analyzed everything the French did to their ancestors during the colonial era and has termed it a crime against humanity. For over a century, millions of Algerians were killed. This wasn't just administration, it was a campaign of extermination. Entire villages were erased from the map. Their language was suppressed, their culture was stepped on, and their land was stolen to be given to European settlers. The law now recognizes that the French Empire was built on a foundation of African blood. One of the most demonic crimes revealed by this law is the enfumades, the smoking out of entire tribes. Listen to this. In the 1840s, when the brave Algerian resistance refused to bow, French troops under General Pélissier did the unthinkable. They trapped thousands of civilians, men, women, children, and even their animals, inside deep caves in the Dara Mountains. They didn't go in to fight like soldiers. They piled wood at the entrances and lit massive fires. They watched as the smoke filled the caves. They listened to the screams of families choking to death in the dark. When the fires died down, the French soldiers walked in and found over 1,000 bodies piled on top of each other. This was not war. This was murder. And for 132 years, France told the world this was civilization. But under the new 2025 law, these generals are no longer heroes. They are legally branded as war criminals. In the late 1950s and early 1960s, just as Algeria was fighting for its independence, France conducted 17 nuclear bomb tests in the Algerian desert. Think about it. While the people were dying for freedom, France was detonating weapons of loud and clear. Apologize and compensate us. Our sources confirm that the Algerian government has officially handed a red line ultimatum to the French ambassador. They are demanding a full public apology for 132 years of crimes and, most importantly, immediate reparations. Algeria is done with dialogue and friendly talks. They are now saying that if France does not acknowledge the wrong they did, then France does not deserve to benefit from the wealth of the Algerian soil. This is the nightmare Paris has been trying to avoid for years. You see, France relies primarily on Algeria for its petroleum and natural gas. With the war in Ukraine making Russian gas expensive and rare, Algeria became the life support machine for French homes and factories. But the life support is about to be switched off. Algeria is threatening to cut all exports of natural gas and petroleum products to France immediately if their demands are not met. The problem for France is that they are broke. Their economy is sinking like a stone in the middle of the Atlantic. In just 14 months, they have changed 4 prime ministers because no one can fix the budget. From Elizabeth Borne to Gabriel Attal to Michel Barnier, and now even the latest ones, they are falling like dominoes. They are facing a $4 trillion debt, and they simply don't have the money to compensate Algeria for 132 years of plunder. But Algeria does not care about France's empty pockets. They are saying that respect comes before business. If France is too proud to apologize, then they must be proud enough to survive a winter without African gas. The iron cage that France built is now locking them inside a cold, dark room. The situation in Paris is not just bad, it is total chaos. As we speak in December 2025, the French economy is not just slowing down, it is drowning in a sea of debt and political instability. The truth is out. France has become the sick man of Europe. In just 14 months, they have gone through 4 prime ministers. Imagine a country where the leaders are faster than the seasons.
The internet is the biggest wealth creation engine to ever exist. Sadly, only a relative.
From the failure of the old guard to the latest appointment of Sébastien Lecornu in September 2025, nobody can stop the bleeding. The French public debt has exploded to over $3.9 trillion. That is 116% of their entire GDP. They are literally living on borrowed time and borrowed money. France is broke, but they are too proud to admit it. They have spent centuries living off the colonial tax and the cheap resources of Africa. But now, the tap is running dry. The Alliance of Sahel States, AES, has already cut off the cheap uranium and gold. Guinea-Bissau and Madagascar are moving away, and now Algeria, their biggest supplier of natural gas, is holding the off switch to their entire energy system. Algeria's demand for reparations is a legal masterstroke. They know France cannot pay. How can a country that is struggling to pay its own pensions and keep its own lights on find billions of dollars to pay for 132 years of damage? Algeria is saying, we don't care about your empty pockets. If you cannot pay in cash, you will pay in darkness. France is facing a winter where the heating might stay off because they refuse to say 2 simple words. We apologize. The African eye is opening, and what it sees is a France that is no longer a superpower but a sinking ship. The more they refuse to settle their debts with history, the faster they sink. The youth of France are out in the streets because their local economy is getting worse, while the youth of Africa are in the streets because their future is finally getting brighter. The era of the puppet master is over because the strings have been cut by the very people he used to control. President Tebboun's government has made it clear they are ready to sacrifice their own profits to defend their dignity. You must understand how deep this goes. France doesn't just use Algerian gas to cook food. They use it to run the massive turbines that keep their industry alive. Without the steady flow of petroleum products from the Mediterranean, the French economy will grind to a halt within weeks. But Algeria is standing firm. They have told the French, you have used our resources to build your skyscrapers while you treated our ancestors like animals. Now, the bill has arrived. Pay the price of history or sit in the cold. The arrogance of France is their greatest enemy. Even now, with their economy drowning and their people protesting, the leaders in Paris are still trying to play Grand Master. They are trying to offer joint commissions and shared history projects. But Algeria is not interested in projects. They want a public apology on the world stage and hard currency reparations. They want the world to see the former master kneeling before the former colony. The news of this showdown is spreading across the continent like a spiritual fire. For the first time, an African powerhouse is using the West's own sanctions game against them. For years, France used the IMF and the World Bank to bully Africa. Now, Algeria is using the gas tap to bully France back into the truth. France is looking for a way out. They are begging other countries to sell them gas, but the world is changed. The tension has reached a breaking point because Algeria is no longer standing alone. While Algeria is threatening to cut the gas, the AES is standing by to ensure that no backdoor uranium or gold reaches France through the desert. It is a total blockade of French interests. Algeria has seen the courage of the young colonels in the south, and they have decided that if the youth can stand up to France, the giants of the north must do the same. The French government is trying to use the European Union to pressure Algeria, but the EU itself is divided. Other European countries are looking at France and saying, "Why should we freeze because you are too proud to apologize for your crimes?" France is losing its friends in Europe and its puppets in Africa at the same time. The situation is getting worse for France because they have already lost Guinea-Bissau, Madagascar, and their military bases in the Sahel. Now, if they lose the petroleum and gas from Algeria, the total collapse of the French industrial sector is 100% guaranteed. They are already broke. They are already politically unstable with 4 prime ministers in 14 months. And now they are about to lose their energy security. The African eye is watching every move. Every time a French official goes on TV to refuse an apology, the anger in the streets of Algiers and Bamako grows. Algeria is saying, if you don't acknowledge the blood you spilt, you cannot drink the oil we pumped. The colonial narrative is not just falling, it is being crushed under the weight of African unity. The news has sent a shockwave through the European markets. Algeria provides nearly 15% of France's total natural gas and over 10% of its petroleum products. Since the war in Ukraine started, France has been desperately clinging to Algerian hydrocarbons to stay alive. But now, President Tebboune has given the order. No apology, no energy.
75%
Hold on.
off, and it's on your doorstep in 3 to 4 days. It's a spiral bound.
The Algerian government has begun a systematic technical slowdown of exports specifically destined for French ports. They are not just making a threat, they are showing the world that they have their finger on the light switch of Paris. France is in a total panic mode. The French government has held emergency meetings at the Élysée Palace every night this week. They are broke. They are sinking. They have already lost the gold and uranium from the AES, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. Now, their biggest oil and gas supplier in the north is telling them that business is closed until the debt of 132 years of blood is paid. France's latest prime minister, their 4th in 14 months, is begging for dialogue, but Algeria is saying, "We have talked for 60 years. Now it is time to pay." The economic woes of France are worsening by the hour. Without Algerian gas, the cost of heating a home in Paris has jumped by 200% in just 3 days. Factories in Lyon and Marseille are being told to prepare for blackouts. Algeria is proving to the entire world that France built its modern comfort on a foundation of stolen African wealth. Now that Africa is reclaiming its dignity, the French grandeur is turning into French poverty. Across the continent, eyes are wide open. Africans are watching a former colonizer finally being brought to its knees, not by guns, but by the power of resources. The Sahel states are sending messages of support to Algiers, creating a ring of resistance that stretches from the Atlantic to the Mediterranean. The message is clear. If you don't respect the person who provides the gas, you can sit in the cold and think about what you did. France is in a total panic mode. The lights in the Eiffel Tower have been dimmed to save energy. Factories in Lyon and Marseille are sending workers home because they cannot afford the 300% jump in fuel prices. Algeria is proving to the world that the French Empire was nothing but a vampire living on African veins. Now that the veins have been pulled away, the vampire is starving. The French people are out in the streets, not just against their own government, but shouting, "Why can't we just apologize and pay what we owe?" But the arrogance in the Élysée Palace is so thick that they would rather see their people freeze than admit they were wrong. Across Africa, from the AES in the Sahel to the streets of Algiers, the people are celebrating. They are seeing a former colonial master finally brought to his knees by a resource weapon. Algeria has shown the way. You don't need a war of bullets if you have a war of dignity. The African eye is wide open, and it is seeing the truth that France is a sinking ship with no captain. The fire that started in the Sahel has become a global sun, and the era of the African resource hostage is officially over. Ladies and gentlemen, Algeria's decision to criminalize French colonization and use its gas as a weapon of justice is the final nail in the coffin of the Franc-Afrique system. We must learn from this history. For 132 years, France treated Algeria like a private garden. They took the fruit, they took the soil, and they killed the gardeners. They did the same in West Africa, in Central Africa, and in the islands of the Indian Ocean. Today, the gardeners have taken back the keys to the gate. The fall of France is no longer a prediction, it is a reality happening before our eyes. France is scrambling because their entire economy was built on a lie. They told us they were helping us while they were actually draining us. Now that the drainage has stopped, the French grandeur is collapsing into debt and darkness. 4 prime ministers in 14 months. That is not a government. That is a burning house. And they are burning because they refuse to apologize to the people they robbed. The African eye is wide open. We see who our friends are. We see that when we stand together, when the North stands with the South and the Sahel stands with the coast, the West has no choice but to listen. Dignity is not a gift. It is a right that we must take with our own hands. Algeria has taken it. The AES has taken it. And soon the rest of the continent will follow. The colonial narrative has collapsed. The truth is our law. The resources are our weapon. And the future is finally African. Long live Algeria. Long live the A's. Africa for Africans. This is History and Legacy Africa. Like, comment, and subscribe. Tell us in the comments, if your country was next to cut off France, what resource should we use as a weapon?
I'm going to run this one, Red, and then I'll just leave us 2. And then it's only 11 minutes, and then we'll make some comments, and then we'll play the last 2, all right?
All right.
All right, cool.
What's going on, everybody? This Afro Think Tank. White man explains why white men are the way they are. And I think this guy does a great job in explaining, to people why European Americans act certain ways. I mean, there's a reason for it, right? White folks just don't wake up saying, yeah, I'm choosing violence today just for no reason, right? There's always a reason, right? If you look hard enough, you can find the answer to why and everything. And that is how you fix problems, is find the reason. You find the why, right? You look for why someone does something, right? And then you see if you can solve that why, right? And if you get to another why, you see if you can solve that other why. You always ask why so you can get to the root of the problem, because a lot of us, what we do is we react to the reaction, like a domino effect. You tip the first domino over, all the dominoes start to fall, but none of the dominoes other than the first one knows why it's tipping over and falling on the other one, right? But the reason why all that is happening is because the first one decided to choose balance and tip over a domino, right? You got to get to the first domino and figure out what is that first domino and how can we fix that first domino in order to make it so we all can just stand up and be peaceful with the space necessary, all right, for us to be upright and perfect. All right, so without further ado, let's listen to this white man explain to us who are curious to why, not just reacting based off what they are doing now, but are really truly interested in the why, so that we can either avoid certain situations or see if we can facilitate fixing or changing that situation. Because we can ramble all day on the internet about this person doing that person doing that, but if there's no solutions, right? If there's no, because the thing is, we're all adults, right? For the most part, that's on here, right? And the thing is, we have a responsibility to leave a better world for our children. Therefore, we have a responsibility, as we are still functioning human beings, to leave a better future for our children. That's supposed to be the way it works. I mean, it ain't really working that way because so far, ain't none of our goddamn granddaddies and great granddaddies and great great granddaddies give them two shits, all right, about what it is, to leaving us nothing, all right. They've been busy trying to world conquer and dominate and survive dominators and all kind of weird shit. But now, as we're stabilizing as a civilization, as people are becoming more smarter, more intelligent, more aware how things works, we all need to start asking why and get down to that first domino so that we can make sure that shit don't fall. All right. Anyway, tell me what you guys think in the comment sections. Afro Think Tank, learn something, teach something.
Okay, this is probably going to be a little bit of a long one for 2X. I'm going to talk about white men and why a lot of us end up the way that we are. I'm going to speak about it from the context of white Christian nationalism, what is basically what I grew up in. So first off, I grew up in a household where my dad whooped my ass a lot. My mom was very emotionally chaotic, unstable. And so from a very young age, we are taught as white men that authority is always right? So we're already starting to build the foundation of narcissism, right? Because I'm beating your ass because I love you. The parent cannot be wrong. This is their foundation for raising respectful little white boys. Can't go to mom and figure out how to regulate because she's either fucking mad or happy and not much in between. So then you learn to internalize your emotions and you kind of learn to turn that off, right? So then we have this foundation of a lack of emotional regulation because we cannot express ourselves. We cannot be contrary to what the rules are. So we have that narcissistic foundation. We have that violence foundation. And then we get reinforced through media, right? Who are all the good guys? Who is the standard? Growing up in the 80s and 90s and 2000s, generally it's the white man. You got white superheroes. You're taught, the cops are basically God's chosen. So cops can't do anything wrong. If they ever get pushed back, if they ever get somebody running for them, whatever, that person is at fault every single time. So then we step into the white evangelical church where authority again is reinforced through the lens of white supremacy. They're not going to say that explicitly, but that's the foundation of the white evangelical church. And then you get indoctrinated at a young age with this idea that I am nothing without God. You hear it in all the songs, you hear it in all the fucking sermons and all this shit. So again, you have this foundation of violence, narcissism. You enter in the white evangelical church, which is also narcissistic. You have this reinforcement of violent authority. And then you also have your identity is wrapped up in, again, a white supremacist structure under the church. A lot of white men grow up with no identity outside of what is essentially forced onto us. And then when you're in the church, my parents had me go on mission trips to fucking Mexico, Haiti. And so this idea gets reinforced, this colonizer foundation, that communities outside of whiteness need me. It's reinforcement of whiteness is the standard. The white saviorism is implanted in your brain. And again, the church reinforces this over and over and over again. And then again, I've talked about this a lot in the white evangelical church. You have them preaching about how Christians are supposed to be in the world, not of the world. You're going to be hated because you're a follower of Christ, which reinforces the victim narrative while simultaneously reinforcing the narcissism. You pick up this duality of viewing ourselves, no identity, inherently narcissistic, while simultaneously being able to play the victim. And we see that playing out right now in a major way, right? White men, we have everything we could fucking ask for and more. And still, you see a massive outburst of white domestic terrorism. White men are the most dangerous population in America. For what? For what? So it's this idea that's reinforced from the Trump administration on down that somehow white men are the victims of these other communities outside of whiteness, which isn't fucking true. But if I'm the victim, if my parents are a victim of my behavior and their response is violence by beating our ass or emotional violence, that programming comes out of us as white men as well. So if I feel like I'm a victim of whatever made up fucking bullshit from a Klan goddamn government, then the response is I have to protect my rights by any means necessary. Bro, it's so fucking wild because we have all the rights, all the privilege, all the power as white men in this country. The patriarchy protects us. I said this yesterday, we are the main source of oppression in America. But our programming has us in this duality of being the victim and the perpetrator at the same time. We're not the victim, ever. I mean, I guess being a victim of our parents' violence when we're young and have no control over that. But outside of that, again, we have everything we want and we need. That's why it's so fucking crazy right now, because straight white Christian men are the most protected in this country. And straight white men are the ones that are going to churches and schools and supermarkets and all this shit and shooting up the place. So it's this constant feeding into the foundation of the narcissist victim complex, which just breeds violence and gives white men the opportunity to justify what the fuck we carry out, while simultaneously making it look like we need to be the saviors of all these other communities, while simultaneously making us think that we're the fucking standard based on how we were raised, based on how the news, the media portray white men, based on how a lot of people interact with us because they don't want the violent outbursts aimed at them. And so a lot of white men grow up emotionally and developmentally stunted. You got 30, 40, 50-year-old men with the emotional intelligence of a goddamn 7 or 8-year-old. And white men escape accountability at every turn, right? Because if I'm supposed to be the standard, which again, we're fed, that's fed into our foundation from very little. If I'm supposed to be the savior, if I can ultimately be the victim and the narcissist, there's nothing anybody can tell me or hold me accountable to, because it's all justified through the foundational principles that were set in our family, in the white evangelical church, in this false sense of patriotism, white Christian nationalism, which is just violence. So violence is constantly reinforced. No accountability. The ability to be the narcissist and the perceived victim at the same time. And this is all programmed into white little boys from a very, very young age. All the misogyny, all the homophobia, all the xenophobia, the way we see our dads treat and talk about women, the way we watch our dads treat and talk about, black, indigenous communities of color, the xenophobia, like the list goes on. And still, somehow, white men will always figure out a way to victimize ourselves and carry out the most violence at the same fucking time. It's such a massive mind fuck. So I guess that's what I see.
Free Sudan! Boycott diamonds and gold! Free Sudan! Boycott diamonds and gold! We most definitely cannot forget about the people of Sudan!
Thanks for watching Afro Think Tank. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And follow me on Substack and Patreon for more content. Remember, it's Pan-Africanism or nothing.
All right, bro. We're down to the last two. You got any comments on that one? Oh, he left. Okay. All right, so here we are. If you dare, Red, just leave a comment in the comment section. All right. So here we are. We're gonna run it on through this 13 minutes, and this is 30, about a half an hour more. So I'm tired. I know everybody else is tired. Said it's 11:30 here in the Dominican Republic. So we're just gonna let this one run on through, and then and the other one, which is about a half an hour, and then I'll give my closing comment. No, I gotta go through the X because I want you guys to see what I put to the side for this, and I'll be right back.
The head of the FBI, literally declared that black people coming together was a threat to America's national security. Not foreign enemies, not actual terrorists. Us, united. That tells you everything you need to know about how much they fear us when we're together and why they'll do anything to keep us divided. Let me take you back to 1967 to a memo that should be required reading for every black person in America. J. Edgar Hoover, the director of the FBI, the man who ran federal law enforcement for nearly 5 decades, wrote that the goal of the FBI's counterintelligence program, COINTELPRO, was to prevent the rise of a black messiah who could unify and electrify the militant black nationalist movement. Read that again. Prevent the rise of a black messiah who could unify us. That wasn't about crime. That wasn't about violence. That wasn't about protecting America from external threats. That was about making sure black people stayed divided, stayed weak, stayed unable to organize effectively for our own liberation. Because they knew then what we need to remember now. When black people come together, when we're unified, when we move as one, we're unstoppable.
Nothing captures viewers' attention more than a whiteboard video. The most exciting news is that this Christmas,
and that terrifies them. COINTELPRO, short for Counterintelligence Program, was established in 1956, officially to combat communist influence in America. But very quickly, its primary target became black activists, black organizations, and black movements. The FBI didn't just surveil us. They actively worked to destroy us from the inside. They infiltrated our organizations with informants and provocateurs. They spread lies and rumors to create internal conflicts. They forged letters to make it seem like leaders were betraying each other. They used media contacts to plant negative stories about black activists. They worked with local police to harass, arrest, and sometimes eliminate black leaders. This wasn't conspiracy theory. This was official FBI policy, documented in their own memos, exposed through their own files. Let me give you some examples of what they did, because this is important. You need to understand the lengths they went to in order to keep us divided. They targeted the Black Panther Party ruthlessly. They infiltrated chapters across the country. They had informants create conflicts between members. They spread rumors that certain Panthers were government snitches, causing internal suspicion and paranoia. They coordinated with local police to raid Panther offices, arrest members on bogus charges, and in some cases, straight up eliminate Panther leaders. Fred Hampton, the 21-year-old chairman of the Illinois Black Panther Party, was taken out in his bed by Chicago police working with the FBI in 1969. They drugged him first through an FBI informant, then shot him while he slept. That wasn't law enforcement. That was assassination. That was the government eliminating a young black leader who was successfully building unity, creating breakfast programs for children, free health clinics, and bringing together different groups, including white activists and Latino organizations. They went after Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. with everything they had. They bugged his hotel rooms. They recorded his private conversations. They sent him anonymous letters trying to blackmail him, literally telling him to take his own life before his alleged affairs were exposed. They tried to destroy his marriage. They tried to discredit him in the media. They tried to prevent him from receiving the Nobel Peace Prize. And why? Because he was unifying people. Because he was building a movement that crossed racial and economic lines. Because he was evolving from just talking about civil rights to talking about economic justice, about the Vietnam War, about connecting the struggles of all oppressed people. That Poor People's Campaign he was organizing when he was taken out, that was about building a multiracial coalition of poor folks, black, white, Latino, indigenous, coming together to demand economic justice, and they couldn't allow that. They targeted Malcolm X through similar tactics. They had informants in the Nation of Islam and in Malcolm's organization after he left. They worked to exacerbate the tensions between Malcolm and the nation. They spread disinformation. They created chaos. And when Malcolm was taken out in 1965, the FBI's fingerprints were all over the circumstances that led to it, even if they didn't pull the trigger themselves. They created the environment of suspicion, paranoia, and conflict that made it possible. They went after the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC. They infiltrated. They spread rumors. They created divisions between moderate and radical members. They worked to destroy the organization from within. They did the same to the Congress of Racial Equality, CORE. They did it to the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC. They did it to every major Black organization that showed signs of building real power, real unity, real ability to challenge the status quo. And here's what's critical to understand. The main tactic was always division. They didn't just try to destroy these organizations through external pressure. They destroyed them from the inside by making us distrust each other, fight each other, suspect each other. They understood something fundamental. They can't beat us when we're together. But if they can make us fight each other, if they can keep us divided, suspicious,
Did y'all hear that? I'm going to rewind it just a little bit. They can't beat us when we are united. That's why I say on this show and any other show that I'm on, that Black people are cursed and Black people are blessed. Now, when does it happen? When we are united, we take over every motherfucking thing. Ain't nobody gonna beat us. But when we become divided and fighting amongst each other, that's when this white boys come in and do what they're gonna do, what they've been doing. That's it. Stop the division, create unity. That's it. And this is why I say the global South is coming together under the banner of the United States of Africa, with its one currency, one voice, one continent, and its children across the globe, the diaspora, and we're going to take over the bitch. America is broke. France and Europe is broke. Canada is broke. Australia is broke. We don't need to fire no bullets. Take the money that the mother continent of everyone, and use it for the greater good of our people, the global South, Black folks, the brown skinned folks, and just buy out France and Europe and America, because money talk, bullshit walk, the same way that Angola did with Portugal. It was under the thumb of Portugal for 350 years, 400 years, talking shit, doing all this shit. See, but in the end, evil will always destroy itself. In the end, always ALWAYS, and always ALLWAYS. You can't stop it from happening. It always has. Evil will always destroy itself in the end, and those who take part in it. And so when Angola started to get all the oil money, they took that oil money and took over Portugal. Now, the Angolans, when they go there, they can do what they want to do, say what they want to say, and the government and the police ain't going to do shit. So this is the same thing that is happening and will happen. It is happening for all of Europe. We're just going to take it over. And none of you white motherfuckers ain't going to be able to say or do shit. Hold your head down. Don't look us in the eye. Don't look us in the face. Because if you do, you're getting your ass whooped right then and there. You're getting stolen right then and there. You're getting killed right then and there. Because we don't know what's going on in your crazy ass fucking mind, like the white boy just said in the goddamn video. Bitches. Fuck you, fuck your mama, and fuck all of you motherfuckers. That's why I say fuck all white folks. Because you motherfuckers are crazy. You're not white. And it's very difficult for you to understand that you're nothing but a bunch of bleach out niggas. Troglodyte niggas or Niger. The same shit. The worst fucking niggas on the planet. All you've done was kill. You haven't created nothing. Hold on, I'll continue and we can get done.
Whoa. And here's what's critical to understand. The main tactic was always division. They didn't just try to destroy these organizations through external pressure. They destroyed them from the inside by making us distrust each other, fight each other, suspect each other. They understood something fundamental. They can't beat us when we're together. But if they can make us fight each other, if they can keep us divided, suspicious, unable to trust or organize, then we beat ourselves. That was the whole strategy, and it worked. By the mid-1970s, most of these organizations were shadows of what they'd been, not because they'd been defeated in battle, because they'd been poisoned from within. Now, fast forward to 2025, and let me tell you something. They're still doing it. The tactics have...
Let me say this. The Crips and the Blood, they weren't gangs selling drugs back in the day when they first started. Those were neighborhood protective organizations. Damn, well, I used to know what Crip stood for. Community resistance. I don't know what that. It's about community resistance. That's what the Crip stood for. And the Blood is the same thing. But that's, after it created, it just went sideways, especially when the U.S. government under the white authority started putting drugs and guns in the black community.
They're more subtle now, more sophisticated. They don't need COINTELPRO memos anymore because they figured out how to make us divide ourselves. But the goal is exactly the same. Keep black people from unifying because unified black people are a threat to the system that exploits us. Think about the divisions they promote in our community right now. Black men versus black women. That's not natural. That's engineered. Every week there's some new viral debate about dating preferences, about who should pay for dates, about 50-50 bill structures, about body counts, about natural hair versus weaves, about who's more oppressed, and we fall for it every single time. We spend our energy arguing with each other instead of organizing together. We let social media algorithms, which are controlled by who? Not us. We let them feed us content designed to make us angry at each other. And it works. Colorism, light skin versus dark skin. That division goes back to slavery when they gave house positions to lighter skinned enslaved people and field positions to darker skinned ones. Divide and conquer. Make us think we're fundamentally different based on shades of the same color. Make us compete for proximity to whiteness instead of building power together as black people. And in 2025, we're still falling for it. We're still letting shade determine how we treat each other, who we date, who we hire, who we promote. That's not us being naturally divisive. That's centuries of programming working exactly as designed. Class divisions. Educated versus non-educated. Professional black folks versus working class black folks. Generational wealth versus first generation. Immigrants versus descendants of enslaved people. They love these divisions because they prevent us from recognizing that we're all dealing with the same system of white supremacy. Your degree doesn't protect you from racism. Your bank account doesn't protect you from police violence. Your professional success doesn't protect you from discrimination. But if they can make successful black people think they're different from struggling black people, if they can make us think it's about individual achievement instead of systemic oppression, then we won't unite to change the system. And let's talk about the delineation movement because this is important and timely. More and more Black Americans, specifically descendants of enslaved people in America, are coming together around the understanding that we have a specific history, specific claims, specific needs that are different from other Black immigrant groups. We're saying we deserve reparations specifically for what was done to us specifically. We're saying our political agenda should center our specific community. And you know what? The system doesn't like that. They don't like us organizing around that clarity. They don't like us building unity based on our shared lineage and shared oppression. So what do? They try to create division around it. They try to pit Black Americans against Black immigrants. They try to make it seem like we're being anti-African or anti-Caribbean when we're just being pro-US. They try to create conflict where there should be solidarity. They try to make other Black folks feel threatened by our organizing instead of inspired to organize for their own specific needs. Because when we're fighting each other, we're not fighting them. When we're arguing about who's Blacker or who deserves what, we're not demanding what we're all owed. Here's the truth they don't want you to know. Black unity is our superpower. When we come together, when we move as one, there's nothing we can't accomplish. We built this country's wealth through our stolen labor. We created entire musical genres that dominate global culture. We innovated technology, medicine, science, despite being locked out of institutions and resources. We survived slavery, survived Jim Crow, survived mass incarceration, survived every attempt to destroy us. Imagine what we could do if we were fully unified. Imagine what we could build if we stopped fighting each other and started building together. Imagine the political power, the economic power, the cultural power we'd have if we moved as one community with shared goals and strategies. They know this. They've always known this. That's why Hoover was terrified of a black messiah. That's why they destroyed every organization that successfully brought us together. That's why they still work to keep us divided today. Not because they're evil for evil's sake, though there's plenty of that, but because a unified black America would fundamentally transform this country. We demand and receive reparations. We dismantle systems of oppression. We create institutions that serve us. We build generational wealth. We'd exercise political power that couldn't be ignored. We'd change everything. And they can't allow that because the current system benefits them at our expense. If they were smart, if they were strategic, they'd encourage our unity. They'd recognize that a thriving black community benefits all of America. Our economic success means more consumers, more entrepreneurs, more innovation. Our political engagement means stronger democracy. Our cultural contributions already dominate globally. Imagine if we had the resources and freedom to create without constraint. A healthy, unified, empowered Black America would make this country stronger, richer, more creative, more just. But they can't see that. Their anti-Black culture, their deep-seated belief in white supremacy, their need to maintain dominance, it blinds them to their own interests. They'd rather keep us down, even if it means keeping the whole country from reaching its potential. This is why the Bible says in Proverbs that God has disdain for those who sow discord among people. There are 7 things God hates, and one of them is specifically one who sows discord among brothers. Think about that. Sowing division, creating conflict where there should be unity, that's considered an abomination. That's what COINTELPRO did. That's what the system still does. They sow discord among us. They plant seeds of division. They water those seeds with media narratives, economic competition, and social pressure. And then they watch us tear each other apart while they maintain power. But here's what we need to understand in 2025. We don't have to keep falling for it. We can recognize the game. We can see the tactics. We can choose unity over division. We can choose to build together instead of fight each other. We can recognize that the arguments they want us to have, the divisions they want us to maintain, those serve their interests, not ours. Every minute we spend arguing about whether Black men or Black women have it worse is a minute we're not spending organizing for policies that would help both. Every hour we spend debating skin tone hierarchies is an hour we're not spending building Black-owned businesses that would employ all of us. Every day we spend fighting over who's more authentically Black is a day we're not spending demanding reparations that would benefit our entire community. We need to study COINTELPRO. We need to understand what they did to our leaders, our organizations, our movements, not to make us paranoid, not to make us suspicious of everyone, but to make us aware, to make us strategic, to make us recognize division tactics when we see them, because they're still using them. The methods have changed, but the mission hasn't. Keep Black people divided. Keep Black people fighting each other. Keep Black people from unifying, because unified Black people are still, in 2025, the greatest threat to white supremacy. So what do? We choose unity intentionally. We build coalitions deliberately. We focus on what we share instead of what divides us. We recognize that Black men and Black women need each other. We acknowledge that all shades of Black are beautiful and equally deserving of respect. We understand that educated and working class Black folks are part of the same community facing the same system. We see that Black Americans and Black immigrants can both fight for their specific needs without being enemies. We build organizations with awareness of infiltration tactics. We create structures that can't be easily destroyed from within. We develop leadership that's collective rather than dependent on one charismatic figure. We use technology to organize but stay aware of surveillance and manipulation. Most importantly, we remember what Hoover feared most: a unified Black community led by someone who could electrify us, bring us together, make us move as one. We don't need one messiah. We need all of us to be leaders in our own right. We need all of us to commit to unity. We need all of us to reject the divisions they try to create. Because when we come together, when we move as one, when we organize with clarity and purpose, we're exactly what they've always feared: unstoppable. They declared Black unity a threat to national security because they know it's a threat to their power. They know it means the end of the system that benefits them at our expense. So let's be that threat. Let's be unified. Let's be organized. Let's be clear about our goals and strategic about our tactics. Let's learn from COINTELPRO so we don't repeat those mistakes. And let's build the future our ancestors fought for, the one where Black people are free, prosperous, powerful, and united. That's what they fear most. So that's exactly what we should become.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am, AI sister. That's an AI. I hope you guys knew that, but if you didn't, I'm telling you. So now we're down to the last video, and we're just going to let it run through, and we'll be done for the night outside of the X. So I'm just going to run through and, excuse me, and Red, if you see this one right here, Freedom and Yeshua Ministry, check her out. And also Coach D, I really like him. And this brother right here, Keith D. But yeah, it's gonna be one, man. Hold on, we'll run it through.
Is how reliable they are in their hatred for others. I made a video talking about how a lot of right-wing Americans are now calling for everyone to go back to their countries of origin, except for them. And a Trump supporter with a pickup truck decided to comment that Europeans would actually be grateful for white Americans, whereas Africans would never accept African American. I'm sorry, what?
Hi, my name's John. I'm American. Hi, John. I bet you're one of those Americans that consider themselves British. I'm American, but some of my ancestors were English. Primarily English. I think I have some Irish, but yeah. Yeah, you're American. That's it. You can stop there.
For generations, the United States was seen as a place people move to. Opportunity, stability, the American dream. But in 2025, something unusual is happening. A growing number of white Americans are choosing to leave the United States altogether, packing up, moving to Europe, and starting over. Why now? What's changed? And what does this trend say about America today? Let's break it down.
¿Ves este clavo? ¿Puedes imaginar el hecho de intentar clavarlo en un trozo de madera con tu mano sin herramientas?
Watch and pay attention, and I will share my thought later.
Favorite things about Europeans is how reliable they are in their hatred for others. I made a video talking about how a lot of right-wing Americans are now calling for everyone to go back to their countries of origin, except for them. And a Trump supporter with a pickup truck decided to comment that Europeans would actually be grateful for white Americans, whereas Africans would never accept African American. I'm sorry, what? And it's one of the most delusional takes because I've talked in length about how when I lived in Europe, I lived in 3 countries. And one of the things that shocked me the most initially when I went to Europe was how much vitriol Europeans had for Americans in general, including white Americans. They sort of see them as like those embarrassing cousins that they want nothing to do with because there's the knowledge that the United States is a European settler colony, but they have a great amount of disdain for what their cousins have turned into. And it was really interesting for me being there, hearing and witnessing it. Like Europeans absolutely go in about how they think Americans are stupid. They're trashy, they're classless. They absolutely have no respect for certain elements of American culture and 100% believe that Americans are beneath them. Let's not lie now. And let's just say realistically this move did happen. That white Americans were accepted to go to Europe, replace all the immigrants that are there. Do you think they would be welcomed with open arms? They wouldn't. Because ask any American who has immigrated to Europe already. One of the most reoccurring posts in any expat group or Americans in Europe group I was ever in were American people having negative experiences with Europeans, couldn't find friends. If they didn't have money, they would struggle in finding a job. One of the biggest problems being their inability to speak the language of the country that they moved to. And the fact of the matter is that it doesn't matter if they're white or black. In fact, I think that I had an easier time making friends in Europe than many white American people that I know. And regarding Africans with African American, I have never had a negative experience with an African person. Whether I was in Europe, here in America, in Canada, and friends that I know who have traveled to Africa have had nothing but good things to say. I'm kind of tired of the projection that a lot of white people do with people of color, where their skewed ideas about the world actually has more relevance to them than it does to
Europeans telling white Americans that they have no connection to the country where their ancestors actually came from is the mentality of a colonizer, right? Because the only people who are indigenous to the Americas are indigenous Americans, and you're going to tell a white person who naturally would not be in the Americas, they're there because of a colonial process, that you're not allowed back home, you're just an American. So they're encouraging colonization, right? So whenever I hear a European person say, oh, you're not actually this ethnicity, you have no connection to the culture, I'm just like, sir, you're a colonizer. And I care what a colonizer thinks.
This might get me in a little trouble, but am I the only one that thinks there's a difference between American white women and like European white women or women from other countries? Because someone commented on them, I was on a retreat with a bunch of different European women last week, and someone commented on it and they were like, Ton, don't ever trust white women.
they're never your friend. I'm not coming for her because like I feel like she was saying that out of her own experiences, like genuinely just trying to warn me. Am I the only person that feels like when someone says white woman, I think American, like US, United States of America, redneck white woman? To me, those don't exist in my like day to day. Like in my head, those are NPC. In my head, those are the people I see at the supermarket, like with their kids or whatever, or at the mall. But like I don't see them as real people because the white woman to me, I think Trump with blonde with a wig on it. I feel like there's a drastic difference between US white women and European white women or Middle Eastern white women. Because you guys kind of like, I feel like people see a certain skin tone, automatically think white, and I get why when they think white, they think the worst things ever because please look at what's going on in the United States. Like personally, I don't think great things when I hear white women either. European white women, like, they're seasoned. They have culture, they have taste, they have fashion style. They're also some of the most loyal people I've ever met. Like, I feel like European white women, you cannot group them in as white women. Like, I don't think that's fair. Because you could meet a German white woman, a Portuguese white woman, and a Grecian or whoever, a woman from Greece that's white. You're going to have 3 different experiences culturally, 3 different experiences in the way they dress, 3 different experiences in the men that they date. I don't feel right grouping European white women or even like UK white women in the same group as US white women because I just feel like white women born in the US, I know I get why you say that, but like European white women, I don't see it. Like,
hi, my name's John. I'm American. Hi, John. I bet you're one of those Americans that consider themselves British. I'm American, but some of my ancestors were English. Primarily English. I think I have some Irish, but yeah. Yeah, you're American. That's it. You can stop there. Hi, I'm Samantha. I'm American. Yeah, but where are you really from? I'm from Ohio. No, like, where are you really from? What? Like, I can tell you're not You're not 100% American. Where are you from? The U.S. Ohio? What? Do you want the city? No, like you don't look American. Like, are you from like an Asian country? What I'm asking is, what's your ethnicity? Aren't you gonna deny my ethnicity like you denied John's over there? I'm so confused. Yeah, they are too. Don't worry.
Europeans are also losing their culture. And the funny thing is, a lot of these right-wing parties will tell them it's due to the inclusion of immigrants in their country, when actually their cultural erasure is wholly due to its embrace of capitalism. When people talk about American culture overtaking the world, they're more so referencing American values over culture, particularly this brand of hyper-individualism and consumerism. Whenever we talk about culture as being Americanized, this is what we're talking about. And a lot of people cannot connect the fact that them constantly working, not socializing or interacting with their neighbors or family or friends as often as they did prior, doing business in their second or third language, constantly being tired, and overconsuming are all elements that really make it difficult for people to sustain their cultural identities. In a capitalistic system, time is the ultimate commodity. But culture is not something that you can buy. It is something that you experience. It's something that you do. But how are we supposed to do culture if we're constantly working, if we don't have time? And due to this economic system that we're all forced to partake in, most of us don't actually have a choice. What's really interesting as well is that how this has spread throughout Europe, and it has already changed many cultures already. For example, I was speaking with a 60-year-old Spanish man one time, and we were talking about how the workforce in Spain has changed over the decades. And one of the most interesting things that he told me is that maybe 20, 30 years ago, he was able to come back home for lunch. In this time, he was able to go for a little walk and have lunch with his family, but it is no longer a reality. His lunch is now eaten at work. And a lot of you may see it as something small, but this is actually major as we have seen the shift in values in a very small amount of time. Even looking at non-Anglophonic countries, every single person is learning English. And it's overwhelmingly to do business, for students to be able to survive in the job market. And in some cases, people are even more likely to speak English than their country's mother tongue or mother dialect. This is cultural erasure. And I have seen this very exact phenomenon happen in my own country. And it is one of the worst things that can possibly happen to us. Capitalism is not culture. It's actually the antithesis of culture in reinforcing and sustaining a very strong cultural identity. And having said that, it is no surprise that a lot of these white supremacist parties have overtaken Europe. Because the great majority of them, dare I say all of them, their ultimate goal is to make more money. And they make more money when their populace is afraid and their populace has a weak sense of identity because it's easier to control and manipulate them. And this is why more than ever, we all have to reject.
This is not holiday. It is not study abroad. It is not a short break. Many Americans are applying for long-term visas, using ancestry or digital nomad pathways, buying property, enrolling their children in European schools. This is a deliberate exit, not an experiment. And while Americans of all backgrounds are relocating, this trend is especially noticeable among middle-class and professional white Americans. One major reason is remote work. In 2025, millions of Americans no longer need to live near offices, headquarters, major US cities. If your income is earned online, the question becomes simple. Why stay in a country with high cost and constant stress? Europe offers reliable internet, strong infrastructure, work-life balance, lower daily pressure. For many, geography no longer equals opportunity. Healthcare is one of the biggest reasons cited by Americans leaving. In the US, healthcare is expensive, insurance is complicated, medical debt is common. A single emergency can be financially devastating. In many European countries, healthcare is universal, costs are predictable, access is treated as a right, not a privilege. For families, retirees, and freelancers, this difference alone can justify the move. Another major factor is lifestyle. Many Americans are realizing that high income does not equal high quality of life. Long work hours do not guarantee security. Stress is normalized in American culture. In parts of Europe, people report shorter work weeks, strong labor protections, paid parental leave, workable cities, slower pace of life. For some Americans, especially those raised to believe hard work should lead to stability, Europe feels more humane. Safety is another growing concern. In the US, people worry about gun violence, political polarization, mass shootings, rising crime anxiety, social tension. Many European countries have stricter gun laws, lower rate of violent crime, stronger social safety nets. Parents in particular are asking, where do I feel safer raising my children? For some white Americans, this move is deeply emotional. Degree of believing the system will work for them. Stability was guaranteed. The middle class was protected. But in 2025, many feel emotionally insecure, politically unheard, socially exhausted. Leaving the US becomes less about escape and more about recalibration. Europe offers something many Americans feel they have lost: predictability. Not perfection, not utopia, but clear rules, social trust, public investment, less everyone person for themselves. Countries often mentioned include Portugal, Spain, Germany, France, the Netherlands, and part of Eastern Europe, each for different reasons. Most Americans living do not hate the US. This movement is not about abandoning identity, it is about choosing stability over stress. Thank you for watching, guys. Don't forget to like this video and share it to comment box below. Until next time, cheers and have a good one.
All right, that's how do I go back? How do I get this up here? White folks are well. Let me see.
I pay over $2,000
Well, I'm
to
not
create
gonna
an
play it,
ebook.
but at least it's there. They finally confessed black people. What the hell? They finally confessed. Well, sure, black people have the purest heart. No, we don't. No, that's not true. There are some of us just as deadly and devilish as you white motherfuckers, but we are the creators of the world in which we had lived in peace. Ma'at, the philosophy that gave birth to Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. Yes, Christianity was created by black people. Came from that. So no, we have the better heart, but the purest, Yeah, it's something to be talked about. I get debated. But anyway, that's the end of the program. That's not me. I didn't touch that. But look, we're gonna go to X. I guess she's just a hoe, but she, yeah, I didn't follow her. She's just showing up on my X. All right. So we're gonna go over here to the uh, to the to the replies. I'm just gonna go on down here and see now. This is the guy I was talking about, Red. If you're still here, and everybody, this guy is called the Bronco Show. His name I forget. Oh, Andrew Bronco Show. So I'm gonna let you. It's not that long. So I'm gonna let you listen to what this motherfucker's saying.
Legitimate cultural genocide being waged against white people. White people. This is what they hate. This is what they are seeking to obliterate. The small minority of the world's population, 8%, that is white people. And they're largely succeeding in Europe and in Australia.
Now he said 8% of the people of the world population. The world population 8 billion. Let's say 10 billion of that. I mean the 10 billion. 10% of that is 800 million. So you're talking about 600 million people. Dude, man, y'all ain't that deep. It's only about 100 million of you motherfuckers still left. You're dying. You're not replicating. You're not producing. The main purpose of a population is to keep it going and maintaining that level. You're way below. You're like 0.05 now. When I wrote the book and it came out, The White Man's Burden of Lies and Deceit in 2017, you guys were at 0.09. Black people, 8. Now we're about 12 or 11. Mexicans, 100. Y'all ain't making it, man. Man, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. What's his name? Andrew.
Russia may be a holdout. One of the reasons there's such huge propaganda campaigns against Russia right now. And of course, really, America's the last bastion. If America falls, that's it. It's all over for white people everywhere. We will all be white South Africans, except with no place to escape to if America falls. This is what they hate, and they hate it in part because our very existence as white people, high IQ, high productive, high innovation, low fraud, high trust. Our existence is a humiliation for them because they can't do any of those things. They don't have the IQ. They don't have the fundamental processing power to be a first world peoples. And they see us.
Now, let me stop. There's only a few seconds left. But he's talking about high IQ, bitch. No, hold on. Now, this is not me. This is not coming from black people. This is coming from Harvard University, bitch. Or Yale, one of them. Same shit. Coming from the top geneticists in China and Europe and Asia, or whatever the case may be. Top. Not studying to be, but top geneticists have confirmed that white people are just one step up from the monkey in terms of intelligence quotient, DNA. Hold on, 3, 4, and 5. So the monkey, the chimpanzee, and the gorilla. The gorilla scored 5, I think, or something like that, or however the reverse of it is. 3, 4, 5. White folks' intelligence is only 6. You're only one step up from the monkey, motherfucker. See, this is the reason why you grow tails, bitch. The white man, the black man, 9. You might as well just say 10, bitch, because everything comes from us. Fuck you, Andrew. See, this is the reason why I know motherfucking well your funky ass, hairy ass, tail-growing ass ain't gonna never call me to come onto your show. You come onto mine, bitch, because I'm gonna cut your goddamn throat with that knife of truth. And I'm gonna hold up the mirror of truth so you can see your funky asses in that motherfucker. You're not calling me boy. You don't want to talk to your daddy like that. I'm your motherfucking daddy. And every black man, young or old, is your damn daddy. Every black woman, young or old, is your mama. Because all you bitches come from us. You get your blue eyes from us. You get your blonde hair from us. You get your green eyes from everything from us. That shit just didn't happen. And no, there were no white people, no black people in the cold climate and they became white. I debunked that in my book as well, bitch. So come on. Please come on. Please call me because you ain't. So here, let's finish it out.
As almost a faux god above them, and they want to kill us for it. They want to destroy us for it.
Now, you know, motherfucking word, that's some bullshit. So here's what I wrote to my boy on X at Semitic Jew. I've just invited this fool to be on my PCAST, the Bronca show, Andrew Bronca. But I doubt very seriously, hell, he'll call, not hell, he'll call because I will embarrass his wannabe white ass who thinks he's white, but is a little dick energy idiot who has been deceived by his mama to think that he's white. Ha ha ha. Damn, bro. These peeps are mentally ill. He ain't coming. He ain't calling. He said, Andrew, do yourself a favor. I know you'll never invite little old me onto your show to talk about your insane reprobate mentality. Call me if you dare. I gave him the front copy of my book. And then this Republican Matt Nuclear, you a goofball ass dude, man. You got scared of me to debate, and you dare to debate Tariq Nasheed. He's too scared to take on a little old me, or Matt, you're too scared to take on a little old me. He's a scholar of history and a Republican and a cheerleader of white supremacy. I'm talking about Tariq Nasheed. I should have said it should be an easy mark. No, I'm talking to Matt Nicholas. I should be an easy mark. Call me Matt Nicholas. This motherfucker ain't calling me. And he just wrote off. Tariq Nasheed just did an episode, or not episode, but a podcast with his ass on it. You see, all these motherfuckers who try to defend white supremacy are dumber than a motherfucker. Dumb. All right. And here go another one. Here's this white broad talking about it's got less to do with racism and more to do with the fact that the study of anatomy has been a almost exclusively European enterprise for the whole of it. Bitch, you get everything from us: medicine, law, physics, astronomy, astrology, you name it, engineering, you name it. Yeah, and this is real Donald Trump. That won't go well for you, Donnie boy. He's standing there with Netanyahu talking about, you killing people. It's okay because you're ahead of the head of the country or whatever the fucking word he was using. Bitch, please. This one. Oh, here he is. That's a wrap. I'm out. Trump calls for a pardon for Netanyahu. He's a wartime president. That's what it was. Who's a hero. Bitch, please. Man, he's not even a real Jew, and he's killing these Semitic people of Palestine, who are real Jews, outside of the normal black Jews who are black anyway. Gamal Nasser said, "You left here black and you came back white. We cannot accept you." Talking about the real Jews who left. They left black, came back white. No, man, come on. And here we go. Now, I'm not one for stealing and fraud. But who's the biggest motherfucking thief going? What happened to the $20 trillion when the plane hit the Pentagon? Not talking about the two planes that supposed to have been planes that knocked down the Twin Towers. And the third building, the Tower 7, just came tumbling down with nothing hitting it. Not even counting the plane that crashed and wherever it crashed. There were no bodies, no nothing, no black body. And there's no bodies and nothing when the plane hit the Pentagon. Bitch, please. Y'all the biggest motherfucking con game motherfuckers going. They're fraudulent ass motherfuckers. And look at this. Andrew Williams, U.S. If this motherfucker and a coon, I don't know what it is.
Did you know that white people used to eat black people?
Now, I didn't know this wasn't common knowledge. And if you didn't know this, that means you don't follow me. But white people have always indulged in cannibalism. They ate their slaves and they ate black people that were free after the Emancipation Proclamation, after lynchings. If you didn't know this, you don't follow me. And if you don't follow me, you should follow me. My name's Chemistry. I teach Black history. There are a plethora of books that you can look into that proves that this is a fact. Books like The Delectable Negro, which covers recipes of how to eat black people.
There's literally no historic evidence of white people ever fucking eating black people. There's tons of evidence, and even to this day, of historic accounts of black people eating white people and others. She mentions The Delectable Negro, a book that's not even about fucking cannibalism. It doesn't give any recipes on how to eat black people. Black people actually believe in this stupid shit because we don't know anything at all. How can you be this confident in being retarded? It's almost like a fucking superpower at this point. Don't get eaten, niggas.
These are the kind of people that we don't need amongst us. It's hard enough to deal with these white folks that we all know that all white folks are not in our corner. All of them. It's like you got 10,000 snakes outside your house. And they're trying to get in. 1,000 of those snakes, 10,000 are good. How do we know which ones are good? If we open up the door, we're going to die. Right? So it's best to keep all white folks out our shit. All right? So, but this motherfucker, it's people like him that, make a nigga turn black, man. That's just some real shit. And then here we go with this whole ass bitch. She's pregnant, 4 months, 5 months pregnant after the death of her husband. And she's fucking around with all kind of motherfuckers. You people who lost their spouse, their husband, they don't be doing this shit. And look at what happened. She got boyfriend. Hold on.
Don't drink. I find it unproductive. Stop. I never dated here because I saw vicariously through my roommate how terrible it was.
Tyler Massey.
Stop.
Ask that bitch who Tyler Massey and Cabot Phillips is.
Stop.
Damn.
I don't drink.
Boy, that's some cold hoe ass shit. Shit. And this brother, man, I don't even know what the hell going on with him. You got Gigi. You're just using this dude. This dude is giving her $100,000 a month and buying her $1 million house. Man, dude, shut the fuck up. That's just it. And here, Kai Cenat battling mental health, man. His girlfriend to NBA Youngboy. It is to how it is. You know how hoes be. It's just a whole game, that's all. Now, like this brother here, I mean, yeah, he got a beautiful family. I can't hold that again. Beautiful family, beautiful wife, living a life based on what he want to do. Yeah, I ain't mad at him. And then Reese Taylor passed away in 1944 walking from church. On her way home, Taylor was raped by 6 white men in Abbeville, Alabama. They were never indicted. In 2011, Alabama Senate apologized to Reese Taylor for the 1944 rape case. Too damn late, motherfucker. That's her when she was younger. And on the back of the tombstone, it's going to show her in her older years. Damn shame. No justice. No justice. No justice. Imagine. Wow. And I'm not going to read all of the beautiful color right there. Life is short. Laugh often, give big hugs, play your favorite songs aloud, make phone calls to loved ones, breathe deep, give up on the haters, visit friends and family that are far away, Practice peace, practice peace, practice peace. See the beauty in all situations. Don't sweat the small stuff. Dream big and make it happen, and love like crazy. Can't beat that. Now I like this one. For longer than we have heard word to describe, life sends countless gifts to death, and death keeps them forever. That's deep. I don't know. I didn't know my man Dyson would live in large like this from a vacuum cleaner. Pretty good. Okay, so there are some things that money can't buy, like manners, morals, and integrity. Words are energy. Use them wisely. That's true. Because white men can't police their imagination, black men are dying. Can't argue that. White folks again, you know what I mean? I really love her. You know, this is a blind and deaf woman. She graduated from Harvard Law School. This is what a woman of the year looks like. Amen to that one. The climb may be tough, but the view from the top is beautiful or wonderful. And white folk being unappreciative, as always. It takes 7 seconds for food to pass from mouth to stomach. A human hair can hold 3 kilograms. The length of a penis is 3 times the length of a thumb. The femur is, this is funny, the femur is as hard as concrete. A woman's heart beats faster than a man's. Women blink 2 times as much as men. We use 300 muscles just to keep our balance when we stand. A woman has read this entire text. A man still looking at his thumb. Shit. Beware of the people who brag about who they are. A lion will never have to tell you he's a lion. First woman, female pilot on the continent of Africa. Melody Millicent Danquah. I guess that's how you pronounce it. Let's see. I'm just going to go through the. That's a good one. Mother, one who loves you till you close your eyes. The mother introduces you to the child, gives you life, makes sure you are not starving, personifies care, protects you from a fall, teaches you walking, teaches from her own experience, reflects ideology. Mother's love is known to you since birth. Father, one who loves you without an expression in the eyes is a father. Introduces the world to you, gives you living, gives you life for the mother, gives you living for the father. Make sure you know the value of starving. Mother makes sure you are not starving. The value of starving, that's true. You're not going to know the value of a bucket of water until you carry it yourself. You're going to make sure no water drips out. Personifies responsibility. Teaches you to get up from a fall. Teaches you walk a life. Teaches you walk a life. Teaches you to learn from your own experiences. Reflects reality. Mother reflects ideology. Father's love is known when you become a father. You got that right. You got that right. Want to see social distance? Loan somebody some money. But I think this was the tail end of it. Well, we all know this is true. Man, we know that was true. I put that. So, whatever. Yeah, and then here are the real Jews, what they look like. Yeah, that's some cold blood. I didn't even know my man Benzina was like that. Wait. Oh, and Bobby Valentino, man. Yeah, this shit go too far. All right. I think that's all of what I really wanted to show. If there's anything else, I don't I don't see it yet. Hold on. Yeah, I know what it was. Let me keep going. We're almost done. Don't worry. They can't undo racism because they're not going to do it. Fuck you. Israelites is an example of that. This has been in 1810, 1811. They've been knowing we were Jews a long time ago. The origin of the attack on King James, that's a pretty good read. Let me put that here. So once you go back, you can just kind of look at the video and just read it a little bit. And that was King James. Let's see. Due to help from Santa will be bringing it. Oh, well, nice. Okay. And the Blackamoors, we know who those people were. Okay. It's coming up, don't worry. Here we go. The Vikings were black. Yes, they were. And you know, goddamn well, they didn't create the pyramid, or and built the pyramid. Well, you fucked my brains out. Nah, you were stupid in the beginning. And these motherfuckers, man, you see how white boys can come together and pull off some gangsta ass shit on fraud and goddamn knowing that they very well that the contract said don't knock me out. Yeah, he did not beat Mike Tyson. Man, come on, man. Fuck. Columbus, Jack Johnson, Andrew Tate. You know all about that bitch ass motherfucker. How do you let a sissy beat you? You know what I mean? Come on, man. Now this is George Washington and this is the Sultan of Morocco. They were the Treaty of Peace and Friendship. George Washington was a black guy. Yes, he was. I proved that in my previous video. Yeah, if it doesn't come up in the next few, then I'm gonna call it a night. Cause I'm dead tired, man. I'm gonna get up in here and go to bed and do what it do. Hold on. I'm hoping it come up soon. Oh, here we go. So the tapestry of wild men and Moors. You see how you got the black king and queen here? You got the sentry shooting the arrow to the wild motherfucker, hairy ass bitches with the claws and the nails. These were their ancestors. This is a tapestry throughout Europe. This is not something I didn't create. This is white folk telling you who they really are. Right there. And right here. And right here, and here. And here. I am the roar of truth. The Lion of Judah has roared. We're back, bitches. It's just gonna start getting more and more and more fucked up for you white boys. You ain't got shit left to do. Nothing. You see the claws here? Alright, so there was one more. I don't know if it's gonna show up right now. But it had to do with the crime rate in America. I gotta show you guys that. So let me do that. And then next today Tuesday. So I'm going to Caucasian openly admitted that your black race was the first origin race on this planet. Caucasians have openly admitted that your race has been on this planet for over 3 million years. Caucasians openly admitted that your race had all dominant genes. Your divine ancestors left tons of statues and artifacts, evidence to remind you of who they were, who you are, what they created, and who you are. And you're still worshiping some Jesus from 2,000 years ago. Time to wake up. You ain't lying about that. Now, if it don't come up in the next few, then I'm going to just pack it up. I really want you guys to see that. Beautiful black woman. And Dave Chappelle owns a town, 55% of the town, Yellowstone, Ohio, or some shit. The man is running shit. He talked about that on his show. Let's see. Yeah, I'm really trying to hold on, you guys, because I think it's important. The 20 affirmations for living in harmony. Grateful to be alive, the whole 9 hours. Let it hold there for 5 seconds, then you can always come back and see it. Man, where you at, dude? Where you at? Where are you at? Yeah. Yeah, she said, I'm going to post it again so that'll be easier for me to find. Yeah, I know it's not that far away and it's not that way down here. But, wow, it can't be this far down. Come on, man. Oh, wow. Oh, this is another one, too. Remember when they attacked Libya? They went to a whole black city in Libya and killed 30,000 people. The whole town got wiped out. Not one baby, not one man, not one woman. Here you have Native Americans being killed by the KKK. But it's cool. Why not now? Because when black people say, "I bet," that ain't saying we're just gonna go along with it. We're waiting for our time because the situations do change, bitch. And when it's our turn, bitches, we're going to fuck you up. All right, for all the death and the suffering that we had to go through with you. But I can guarantee you, motherfucking white boy. I can guarantee you, motherfucking white boy. You guys ain't gonna last that long. You ain't gonna last the fire because you don't have it in you. You just don't have it in you. Damn, you know what? I can't. Oh man, I really want you guys to see that. But if not, I'll present it on Saturday night, and I'm gonna find it again. So yeah, this is the real spider, man. It's about half the size of his chest and down to his waist. And when you add the arm to it, this spider exists in the Congo. That if you step on the step, if you step on the web, all these motherfuckers come after your ass. They got animals and human beings that have been caught up by these people. And the web just destroys your skin, deteriorates it. Ain't that a bit? They're coming after your ass. Hold on. You know what? I don't see it. So I'm getting kind of tired too. I'm hoping that I'll just present it on Saturday night at 8. All right, so I'm gonna cut it loose. So my final comment is really simple. Fuck all white folks, man. We have got to come together. We have got to fight. There's no other solution. As Hoover said, the greatest threat to white supremacy, white superiority is black unity. And we got that now. All of Africa is united under one banner, one nation, one continent, one currency, one voice, one everything. They just discovered what was it? In Liberia, they just discovered $15 trillion in gold. It's over, you guys. Over. The white boy has been disrobed. The curtain has been pulled back. We already know he's just a wizard trying to be a wizard, blowing smoke up everybody's ass. The white boy ain't shit. The white girl ain't shit. White folks ain't shit. They don't have anything but the imagery that they have portrayed in movies. Always on the top. And, niggas, we're just slaves. That's not true. It's the opposite of it. White people have always been slaves to us. Always. And as the Bible stated, you'll be made and turned into footstool, white boy. As I demonstrated in the Caucasus Mountain, you motherfucker not even going back to the Caucasus Mountain. You're just going into the ground. That's it. You don't come from Europe. You don't come from the Caucasus Mountain because the black people who are true Caucasians are still there. You're not Anglo-Aryan. You're not European. You're not white. Y'all just some bitch ass niggas. That's all. Troglodytes. Let me be that specific. So, of all of what I said, of all of what I demonstrated tonight in all of my videos before, please check them out. Especially on the video that I talk about that Supreme African Breaking News and Supreme African News. And I hate the fact that they were taken down. But hopefully they'll be back from what the last video or some of the last videos that I've seen. Africa, whoever else is behind it, are in talks of taking over YouTube. So hopefully it'll be back. But like I always say, stay true to who you are, black man, black woman. You are the filtered down version of the black universe in human form. Our melanin is more than just skin pigment. It is the connection from us to the universe, from the universe to us. We have possibilities and probabilities and abilities to do a lot of shit. But we have been listening to and following this nasty ass white boy around and dirtying our minds with their filth. They have a reprobate mind. They ain't shit. Period. And you know me by now. I'm not gonna be sugarcoating a motherfucking thing. I'm gonna tell it how it need to be told. Why? Because my ancestors, your ancestors, our ancestors are telling me what to say. Because I'm connected to them all the time. I want them to know that I get the message. Fight, fight, fight. Because the only people is black people who can turn this world around. You see, the white boy had made justice injustice and injustice justice. He had made good bad, bad good. And the only man, the only woman, the only people on this fucking planet that can turn it back right, make justice justice, injustice injustice, make good good and bad bad. So If you can't see that with all of what we talked about today, with my homeboy from Chicago, Red, that fuck you. That's all I can tell you. You just sleep, stay your motherfucking ass sleep, bitch. That's it. We don't want you trying to wake up, stay your ass sleep. Fuck you. We're not going in that direction. Wake up, wake. If you sleep, stay sleep, motherfucker. You comfortable right there. I'm not gonna waste my motherfucking time trying to talk to you. Fuck you. All right. Take a straw, stick it way up in your ass, and drink the creamy brown shit out that motherfucker. Because I give no fucks. That's how I roll. I would treat you like you treat me, but if you fucking around like this white boy did just a few minutes ago that I demonstrated, he talking about white this, white that, and white culture and white intelligence, bitch, please call me, because you're not gonna call, but I already know that. And the black guy, Mac Nuclear, call me, motherfucker, because I'm looking forward to slicing and dicing your coon ass the fuck up. And especially the other guy, Andrew, whatever the fuck his last name is, talking about that the delectable Negro ain't about eating nobody. Bitch, please. They stopped eating us in the 70s, and they still eating people. What do you think these goddamn record deals are based on? And a satanic worship. Bitch, are you dumb? Or you just want to just support white supremacy and trying to get your little crumbs off the table? Bitch, call me. Come on to my show. I'll come on to yours. No, I don't have a problem. So, like I said, we are here on Tuesday night at 12 and Saturday night at, I'm sorry, what am I talking about? We're here on Tuesday night at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and on Saturday night Eastern Time at 8 p.m. So I don't know where I get the 12 from. I don't know what I'm talking about. I might be drunk, sleep, or something. But yeah, I'm going to get my ass up and go take a shower and get in the bed with my wife. How's that one? Because it's 12:30 here right now. It's 10:30 there in Chicago. But I love Chicago. That's my hometown. I love Portillo, man. I'm dying to get there. But based on what I've been saying and what I've been seeing and what I know, I'm not coming back no time soon, man. Y'all just gonna have to work your way out those forests of destruction that's on the way, and it's not a matter of if but when. And we're just gonna have a big ass earthquake in America. America is under judgment. That's it. But for the next 24/7, 365, stay black. I know you don't like saying stay black, but I feel you on that one. And I'll see you guys, and I love you guys next Saturday at 8 p.m. And we're out of here. Peace.